Chapter 1827. In less than 2 years, you've broken through from the intermediate refined saint stage to the early divine saint stage and even became a devil cultivator. Zhao Ji, don't tell me you've cultivated the devouring dark devil technique? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Zhao Ji with a mocking expression on his face. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the soaring devil qi on Zhao Ji's body paused for a moment. Then, as though he had no intention of hiding his identity, he said frankly, "So what if I did?" "You're right." Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Zhao Ji's confirmation. In fact, he had only asked casually. After all, the Debussy subterranean was so big that it was filled with all sorts of strange things. It was normal for one to have a fortuitous encounter. However, Zhao Ji's words had undoubtedly admitted that he had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. "Since you're going to die today, there's no harm in telling you. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and Zhu Luqi, the former palace master of Heaven Palace in our mystical Sky Mansion, are my connections." Not only did Zhu Luqi obtain the devouring dark devil technique, but so did I. In Zhao Ji's opinion, there was no way Duan Lingtian would be able to survive today. Due to this reason, he was not afraid Duan Lingtian would spread the news. "I see." Upon hearing Zhao Ji's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. "Then, does this mean that the commotion in the remote area in the west in the past 2 years and the young women who were turned into dried corpses were not Palace Master Zhu's doing?" "That's right. It was me and Zhu Luqi who turned those young women into dried corpses. However, unlike Zhu Luqi, he never touched those virgins while I like virgins the most. Because devouring the vital blood and essence of virgins would allow my cultivation to advance even more swiftly." When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, he licked his dry lips as though he had not had enough. His eyes shone like a hungry wolf. "Bastard!" Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave. "Aren't you afraid you'll become the public enemy for cultivating the devouring dark devil technique? The public enemy is Zhu Luqi. As for me, in the eyes of others, I'm just a lucky person who obtained the inheritance of an ancient devil beast." Zhao Ji smiled smugly. "Aren't you afraid I'll spread the news?" Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light as he asked. "Spread the news? You'll have to survive today." Zhao Ji sneered disdainfully. "Lingtian, your innate talent is indeed very strong. If you continue to grow, you'll definitely become a prodigy in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land in the future. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have made an enemy out of me. You're the one who ruined yourself." Zhao Ji's words were filled with confidence. It was as though he was certain Duan Lingtian would win. "If you want to kill me, we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so," Duan Lingtian said coldly. He narrowed his eyes when he saw Zhao Ji boasting so shamelessly. "Don't worry. I've said before that I won't kill you in a hurry. I'll slowly toy with you until you're dead." Zhao Ji's tone turned colder as the devil qi on his body rose. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion resonated in the air. Zhao Ji, who was shrouded in devil qi, seemed to have transformed into a peerless devil god. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Boom! He threw a punch at Duan Lingtian. It was as though a gigantic mountain had collapsed. The attack that was as heavy as Mount Tai pressed down on Duan Lingtian. Naturally, it gave Duan Lingtian a lot of pressure. Bush, 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 bush. As the sound of sword whistling reverberated in the air, a layer of golden sword rays appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. It was none other than the colossal sword bell. Apart from that, most of the sword rays swept toward Zhao Ji's punch that was shrouded in devil qi. "You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot." "Break!" Zhao Ji shouted loudly. The energy in his fist rose again. It easily suppressed Duan Lingtian's attack and continued to sweep toward Duan Lingtian. What a powerful force! At this moment, Duan Lingtian could deeply feel the strength of an early divine saint stage powerhouse. It was not something he could fight against at this moment. At the very least, he was no match for Zhao Ji if he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword and the Devil Seal Tablet. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian chose to dodge Zhao Ji's punch after probing his strength. However, no matter how fast he was, Zhao Ji's punch was even faster. Bang! Although Zhao Ji's punch did not land accurately on Duan Lingtian's body, it still made contact with the colossal sword bell that rose from the surface of his body. In just an instant, the colossal sword bell was crushed into pieces. It did not even have time to react. Since the colossal sword bell was crushed, it was only natural that Duan Lingtian suffered a backlash. Coupled with the force of Zhao Ji's punch that landed on his body, he was sent flying. Duan Lingtian was sent flying like an arrow. He only managed to stabilize his body after he was sent flying 100 meters away. However, the vital energy and blood in his body were still in turmoil. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were more or less injured. This was due to his powerful physical body. If it was an ordinary martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage, he would have suffered more than just minor injuries when faced with Zhao Ji's thunderous punch. Zhao Ji was slightly surprised when he discovered Duan Lingtian was only slightly injured. Although his punch earlier did not hit Duan Lingtian's body, the force that swept toward Duan Lingtian was definitely not weak. Logically speaking, even if Duan Lingtian did not die, he should be severely injured. However, based on the current situation, his punch had only caused Duan Lingtian to suffer a minor injury. That's good as well. I can play for a little longer. Zhao Ji grinned smugly. It was obvious that he had already regarded Duan Lingtian as a piece of meat on his chopping board. Lingtian, is this all you've got? You've really disappointed me. At the same time, Zhao Ji did not forget to provoke Duan Lingtian with a disdainful expression on his face. A haughty expression appeared between his brows. Zhao Ji. Faced with Zhao Ji's provocation, Duan Lingtian, who had finally caught his breath, was not provoked at all. Instead, he calmly said, "Since you've been so honest with me and told me everything, I feel that I shouldn't hide too much from you because that would be unfair to you." At this point, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out a stone tablet under Zhao Ji's watchful eyes. That stele was missing a corner. However, there were many densely carved characters on it. These words were cryptic and difficult to understand. In any case, Duan Lingtian did not recognize a single one of them. At this moment, the stone tablet in Duan Lingtian's hand trembled violently as if it wanted to break free from Duan Lingtian's control. Zhao Ji did not know why, but when Duan Lingtian took out the stone tablet with a missing corner, a sense of panic rose in his heart. This feeling made him very uncomfortable, but he could not show it in front of Duan Lingtian. However, after that, Zhao Ji's attention shifted to something else. He could clearly see Lingtian's face that he hated to the core suddenly contorted before it transformed into another handsome face. It looks familiar. When Zhao Ji saw this handsome face, this thought appeared in his mind for no reason. In his memory, he seemed to have seen this face somewhere before, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Actually, Lingtian is just my name. My surname isn't Ling, it's Duan. Then, Duan Lingtian's words resonated in Zhao Ji's ears. Lingtian is just a name? Not Ling? Duan? Why are you telling me all this? When Zhao Ji heard Duan Lingtian's words, he instinctively opened his mouth. However, before he could finish speaking, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes widened abruptly, and he had a shocked expression on his face as he muttered, "Duan? Lingtian? Lingtian? Isn't he the person who obtained the Devil Seal tablet in the rumors?" I remember now. At the same time, when Zhao Ji looked at Duan Lingtian again, he also recognized Duan Lingtian's face. This face is exactly the same as the face of the person in the portrait that was circulated in the lower province. The person in the portrait is none other than Duan Lingtian who obtained the Devil Seal tablet. You're Duan Lingtian. When Zhao Ji finally regained his senses, he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, his gaze landed on the stone tablet with a chipped corner in Duan Lingtian's hand. He could not help but have a horrifying thought in his mind. He's Duan Ling. Then, don't tell me this chipped stone tablet that makes my heart palpitate is one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, the Devil Seal tablet. The Devil Seal tablet was one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great divine weapons ranking. Anyone who obtained it would be able to kill a devil cultivator who was a stage higher than them. He's at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Then he can kill all devil cultivators below the refined saint stage with the devil seal tablet. The moment Zhao Ji thought of this, his eyes widened. He was so shocked that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He felt as though God was playing a joke on him. He cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, and his cultivation base had finally entered the divine saint stage after much difficulty. He had even surpassed Ling Tian, who hated him to the core. However, now that he was about to get his revenge, Duan Ling Tian actually took out a super saint weapon like the devil seal tablet. Don't tell me this Duan Lingun was sent by God to restrain me? Zhao Ji's heart was filled with shame and indignation. At this moment, he felt as though there was a saying in his heart, since there's a jade tablet, why is there a jade tablet? When Duan Ling Tian saw Zhao Ji's expression changing drastically when his gaze landed on the devil seal tablet in his hand, his expression turned extremely grave. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian also guessed Zhao Ji had recognized the devil seal tablet. He could not help but ask mockingly, "What? You recognize it? Why aren't you saying anything? Earlier, didn't you say you're going to torture me to death slowly? Didn't you say you're going to cut me into 1,000 pieces?" Duan Ling Tian sneered. After Duan Ling Tian withdrew the devil seal tablet and exposed his identity, the situation at the scene had undergone a tremendous change. Zhao Ji, who originally had the upper hand, had a horrified expression on his face. Chapter 1828. No. Impossible. How could there be such a coincidence? How could this Ling Tian be that Duan Ling Tian? Zhao Ji found it difficult to accept this. If this Ling Tian was really that Duan Ling Tian, then the stone tablet with a missing corner in Ling Tian's hand would be one of the super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, the devil seal tablet. With Ling Tian's strength, he could even suppress a devil cultivator at the peak of the divine saint stage with the help of the devil seal tablet. However, he was only an early divine saint stage devil cultivator. At this moment, Zhao Ji wished Ling Tian was lying to him. However, the fear he felt from the stone tablet with a missing corner in Ling Tian's hand was real. It was not a psychological effect. It's over. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he glanced at Zhao Ji nonchalantly. He did not intend to waste his breath on Zhao Ji any longer. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and raised the devil seal tablet in his hand. The sun true origin in his body surged out and merged with the devil seal tablet. The devil seal tablet began to tremble even more violently. Waves of black mist also surged out of the demon's sealing tombstone and swirled around it. In the end, it solidified into bolts of black lightning that sent chills down one's spine. When the devil seal tablet's aura surged out, even if one was not a devil cultivator, one would feel chills down one's spine, let alone a devil cultivator who was restrained by the devil seal tablet. When Duan Ling Tian merged his true origin with the devil seal tablet, Zhao Ji discovered he was being targeted by a terrifying aura. He could not even muster the will to resist in the face of this aura. Apart from that, he discovered the energy in his body had stagnated. No matter how hard he tried, it was useless. Zhao Ji was scared out of his wits. At this moment he was 100% certain the inconspicuous stone tablet with a missing corner in Ling Tian's hand was the devil seal tablet. If it was not the devil seal tablet, it would not be able to restrain him like this. Ling Tian's true identity was indeed Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so arrogant. I shouldn't have taken advantage of you. I shouldn't have bullied you. You should have hit me, you should have. You should have kicked me out of the St. Martial secret zone. I should have kicked you, I should have kicked you. As long as you don't kill me, I won't expose your identity. I won't hold a grudge against you in the future, and I won't seek revenge against you. I can swear on the lightning penalty oath. I swear by the lightning penalty oath. Let me go. I beg you, let me go. Faced with Duan Ling Tian, who was about to throw the devil seal tablet at him, Zhao Ji had no choice but to admit defeat no matter how much he hated Duan Ling Tian. If he did not submit and the devil seal tablet came crashing down on him, he would definitely die. In the face of death, Zhao Ji, who valued his life more than anything else, only had one thought in his mind at this moment, and that was to survive. Nothing else mattered to him anymore. At this moment, even if Zhao Ji was asked to kill his father and grandfather, as long as he could survive, he would do it. Under the suppression of the Devil Seal tablet, it was useless even if the devouring dark devil technique that he cultivated had the soul congregation technique recorded in it. This was because the Devil Seal tablet mainly targeted the soul. Once it attacked a devil cultivator, it would immediately crush the devil cultivator's soul. In the face of the Devil Seal tablet's attack, the soul congregation technique was useless. However, in the face of Zhao Ji's begging and submission, Duan Lingtian completely ignored him. Without saying a word, he lifted the Devil Seal tablet and threw it at Zhao Ji. Boom! The moment the demon sealing tombstone made its move, space shook and ripples spread out like ripples. A vast wave of energy also surged out and the surrounding clouds were all dispersed. It was as though something had exploded. The sound of wind and thunder reverberated in the air wherever the Devil Seal tablet passed. In just a blink of an eye, it was already close to Zhao Ji. No. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had a look of despair on his face, could only let out a silent cry in his heart. After he lifted the Devil Seal tablet and threw it out, Duan Lingtian looked on coldly from the side. In his opinion, it would be easy for him to kill Zhao Ji with the Devil Seal tablet that was powered by his Sun True Origin. There was no doubt that Zhao Ji would die. Rumble. However, when the Devil Seal tablet was close to Zhao Ji and was about to kill him, a loud noise resonated in the air again. Along with the noise, a wave of devil chi that was even more majestic surged into the sky. Who's there? When Duan Lingtian heard the loud noise and sensed the powerful devil chi, he immediately took out the Jasper celestial sword and looked at the sky warily. The loud noise was caused by a wave of energy that tore through the sky. The wave of energy was extremely powerful and contained a shocking amount of devil chi. It was obvious that a powerful devil cultivator who was hiding in the dark had made his move. At the same time, the Devil Seal tablet that was just a foot away from Zhao Ji and was about to kill him seemed to have sensed something. It paused in the air for a moment as though inertia did not exist to it. However, after pausing for a moment, it did not change its target. It continued to charge toward Zhao Ji. At this moment, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, a graceful figure appeared in his field of vision like a bolt of lightning. As soon as the figure appeared, it charged toward Duan Lingtian as fast as it could. It's her! The graceful figure grew larger and larger in Duan Lingtian's field of vision. At the same time, the person's face was clearly seen by Duan Lingtian. It did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that he would see this woman here. Although the woman's appearance had changed slightly after so many years, he still recognized her with just a glance. This woman was none other than the uneducated eldest young miss he had met in the 9 Sect Alliances district, Ouyang Rua, the eldest young miss of the Ouyang clan in Han River City. Because of Ouyang Rua, he had a huge conflict with the Ouyang clan. However, he heard that the Ouyang clan had been annihilated. Initially, he thought Ouyang Rua was done for. He did not expect her to be alive and standing in front of him. Moreover, after so many years, Ouyang Rua's strength seemed to be even more powerful than his. Not only was she more powerful than him, but even Zhao Ji was no match for her. In fact, Ouyang Rua was far weaker than him back then. This Ouyang Rua, what kind of fortuitous encounter did she have? A few years ago, she was no match for me, but today, her cultivation base is even stronger than the intermediate divine saint stage. At this moment, many thoughts appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. Duan Lingtian, you've caused the annihilation of my Ouyang clan and my brother's tragic death. Today, I'll kill you to avenge my brother and the Ouyang clan. At the same time, a cold woman's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was Ouyang Rua's voice. In just a blink of an eye, before Duan Lingtian could react, Ouyang Rua had already arrived in front of him. She was only a foot away from him as she stared at him with bloodshot eyes. A vast energy rose from her body along with the monstrous devil chi, pressuring Duan Lingtian. She's a devil cultivator as well. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian felt the danger, he secretly gasped. As though it had sensed the danger its master, Duan Ling Tian, was in. The devil seal tablet that was supposed to continue killing Zhao Ji suddenly turned around and charged at Ouyang Rua when it was only a finger's distance away from Zhao Ji. Die! At the moment before the devil seal tablet turned around and charged toward Ouyang Rua, a narrow saber appeared in Ouyang Rua's hand out of thin air. The narrow saber contained a monstrous devil chi and a powerful force as it charged toward Duan Ling Tian. Ouyang Rua's eyes were filled with hatred. At this moment, she only had eyes for Duan Ling Tian. She even ignored the devil seal tablet that was charging at her. It was obvious she wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian even if she had to risk her life. In her opinion, if it was not for Duan Ling Tian, her Ouyang clan would not have been annihilated, and her brother would not have been sent to that damned place to die. She would not have been tortured in that damned place and barely escaped death before she managed to obtain the inheritance from the primordial devil cultivator. It was precisely because she had obtained the inheritance from the primordial devil cultivator hidden in the nether ridge that Wang Fei Xian's cultivation base had soared in just a few years. Currently, she had already entered the Mastery Divine Saint stage. She was 2 levels stronger than Zhao Ji. As Ouyang Rua's saber charged at him, Duan Ling Tian felt a great pressure. This pressure caused him to be on the verge of suffocating. After all, he had made the first move. Even though the devil seal tablet was fast, it would be difficult for it to suppress Ouyang Rua before her saber touched Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, the devil seal tablet could not save Duan Ling Tian. At the very least, it could not save him at this moment. Jasper Celestial Sword, it's all up to you now. When Ouyang Rua had appeared and revealed her strength at the intermediate Divine Saint stage, Duan Ling Tian had already raised his guard. The 99 saint veins in his body had also circulated the Sun True Origin in his hand and was ready to attack. When Duan Ling Tian saw Ouyang Rua's saber charging at him, he immediately circulated the Sun True Origin that he had been accumulating and channeled it into the Jasper Celestial Sword without any reservation. This was because his life was at stake. If he was not careful, he would be doomed eternally. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian circulated the Sun True Origin that was channeled into the Jasper Celestial Sword. It was almost all of the Sun True Origin in his body. Duan Ling Tian's Sun True Origin had completely merged with the Jasper Celestial Sword. It was as though a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage had channeled all of his true origin into the Jasper Celestial Sword. It caused the Jasper Celestial Sword to shine brightly and emit a terrifying aura. At the same time, streaks of solid golden sword energy appeared around the sword. Whoosh! Chapter 1829. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Although Ouyang Rua noticed the unusual sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand, she did not think much of Duan Ling Tian's sword. In her opinion, he was merely a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Even if he had the famous super saint weapon, the 9-cloud sword, on the 10 great saint weapons ranking, it would be impossible for him to block her attack. This was the confidence she had as a Mastery Divine Saint stage devil cultivator. If it was not for the fact that she was afraid of the devil seal tablet in Duan Ling Tian's hand, she would not have hidden in the dark and waited for an opportunity to make her move. It was only when Zhao Ji appeared and attracted the devil seal tablet's attention that she realized this was the best opportunity for her to make her move. Due to this reason, when she saw the devil seal tablet did not abandon Zhao Ji after she had tested its reaction with her attack, she seized the opportunity to make her move. She was prepared to perish together with Duan Ling Tian. The saber in Ouyang Rua's hand slashed across the sky like a silver moon before it collided with the Jasper Celestial Sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Both of them collided violently. Boom, 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 boom. As the energy from the saber in Ouyang Rua's hand collided with the energy from the Jasper Celestial Sword, the air trembled as a series of thunderous explosions reverberated in the air. Rolling airwaves swept out and set off violent winds. Impossible! When Ouyang Rua discovered the energy from Duan Ling Tian's sword was slightly stronger than the energy from the saber in her hand, horror dawned on her immediately. This was because she had never thought something like this would happen. Wasn't Duan Lingtian a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage? Since when was the strength of a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage strong enough to fight a mastery divine saint stage devil cultivator? At this moment, Ouyang Ruo did not even think about the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. At the same time, Zhao Ji, who was abandoned by the devil seal tablet in the distance, did not even have the time to think or see what was going on. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared in the distance like a ghost, far away from the place where Duan Lingtian and Ouyang Ruo were fighting. Puchi! A crisp sound rang out. Duan Lingtian's Jasper celestial sword had broken the saber in Ouyang Ruo's hand. Then, like a venomous snake, it viciously bit towards Ouyang Ruo. After all, Ouyang Ruo was a mastery divine saint stage powerhouse. Coupled with the fact that Duan Lingtian's Jasper celestial sword was running out of energy, she managed to dodge the fatal attack from the Jasper celestial sword. However, even though she managed to dodge the Jasper celestial sword's fatal attack, the Devil Seal tombstone had also arrived. Boom! The Devil Seal tombstone shot through the air like a mountain and crashed down on Ouyang Ruo. It was as if it wanted to completely suppress her. No! Ouyang Ruo's eyes were filled with unwillingness when she saw the Devil Seal tablet that was charging at her and Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the distance with a pale face and tottering body. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. She exerted all her strength to activate the broken saber in her hand. She wanted to throw the saber out and kill Duan Lingtian before the Devil Seal tombstone could suppress her. She was confident that once the broken saber in her hand was thrown out, Duan Lingtian would definitely die. This was her last chance. Unfortunately, just as Ouyang Ruo was about to activate the energy in her body and send it into the broken saber, the energy in her hand suddenly surged out. At this moment, the terrifying energy from the Devil Seal tombstone had already enveloped her body. The raging energy surged into her mind as though it was free of charge, directly destroying her soul. With her soul destroyed, Ouyang Ruo's body was, naturally, a walking corpse. The broken saber in her hand that was about to be thrown out fell from her hand. Huff, 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 huff. In the distance, Duan Lingtian's tense nerves immediately relaxed when he saw Ouyang Ruo being killed by the Devil Seal tombstone. He panted heavily. Oh no! That Zhao Ji ran away. After taking a few deep breaths and recovering slightly, Duan Lingtian inadvertently glanced into the distance. When he saw that there was no one there, his expression changed drastically. The Devil Seal tombstone. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at the Devil Seal tombstone. The Devil Seal tombstone seemed to be able to sense Duan Lingtian's emotions. The flashing black lightning around its body became even more intense and raging. Then, it started to spin in the air as if it was searching for something or confirming the direction. After a short moment, under Duan Lingtian's expectant gaze, the Devil Seal tablet suddenly shook before it seemed to have transformed into a meteor that soared through the sky and disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes in just a blink of an eye. The Devil Seal tombstone was chasing in the direction that Zhao Ji had escaped. Zhao Ji! After putting away Ouyang Ruo's spatial ring, Duan Lingtian hurried on with his remaining Sun True origin. Although his speed was not as fast as when he was at his peak, it was not slow either. However, as his Sun True origin continued to deplete, his speed began to slow down. I hope the Devil Seal tombstone can catch up to Zhao Ji and kill him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could only pray in his heart. In the distance, after Zhao Ji saw the Devil Seal tombstone had abandoned him, he fled as fast as he could. He did not dare to hold back at all. In the beginning, although he was running, he did not hear anything behind him. For this reason, he had a relieved expression on his face. However, when he heard the sound of something tearing through the air behind him, horror dawned on him. The Devil Seal tombstone has caught up to me? While he was fleeing, Zhao Ji turned his head to look behind him. With just a glance, he saw something that looked like a black bolt of lightning charging toward him at an extremely fast speed. Its speed was even faster than a powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. When Zhao Ji turned his head and saw the black bolt of lightning, a thought appeared in his mind. However, the black bolt of lightning had already arrived in front of him and was heading straight for his head. No! Zhao Ji only managed to cry out in grief before his body jolted and fell from the sky. Looking at his widened eyes, the spiritual light was no longer there. Instead, it was replaced by a dull and lifeless gaze. It was apparent Zhao Ji's soul had been suppressed by the Devil Seal tombstone. After 15 minutes, Duan Lingtian finally arrived. When he saw the Devil Seal tombstone hovering in the air and Zhao Ji who was lying on the ground, he sighed in relief. It's a good thing I didn't let Zhao Ji escape. Otherwise, wouldn't the news of me being Duan Lingtian spread like wildfire? The Devil Seal tombstone is one of the famous 10 Great Saint Weapons on the 10 Great Saint Weapons ranking in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even in the upper province, it's an extraordinary existence. If news of this spread out, even if I have the protection of the Azure Cloud Mansion, nobody from the lower province would dare to snatch the Devil Seal tombstone from me. However, what about the upper province? Although the people from the lower province fear the Azure Cloud Mansion, the powerhouses from the upper province don't care about the Azure Cloud Mansion at all. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. However, with Zhao Ji's death, everything had come to an end. The news of him being Duan Lingtian would not spread. At the very least, it would not spread for now. After killing Zhao Ji, Duan Lingtian rested for a while before continuing on his journey to the Azure Cloud Mansion. In the Mystical Sky Mansion's main mansion. At this time, should have killed Ling Tian by now, right? Since Zhao Deng was restrained by Qian Pingxing, the palace master of Yellow Palace, he could not leave the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. He could only wait at home for news. All of a sudden, a clear sound resonated from nearby and attracted Zhao Deng's attention. Zhao Deng looked over and saw the 3 pearls enshrined on the table in the distance. The one on the right had shattered into pieces. Seeing this bead shatter, Zhao Deng's eyes suddenly widened, and a scarlet color appeared in his eyes. After a long while, he finally roared out loud. His voice was filled with anger and sorrow. That pearl belonged to his son, Zhao Ji, the Soul Pearl. The shattering of the Soul Pearl meant that Zhao Ji was killed and his soul was destroyed. Zhao Deng, who was filled with anger and sorrow, had completely forgotten about Qian Pingxing. He immediately flew out of the Mystical Sky Mansion to chase after Ling Tian. He wanted to know how his son had died. However, Qian Pingxing did not know what Zhao Deng had gone through, so he directly stopped him. Palace Master Qian, my son has been killed. Don't tell me you're going to stop me from finding the murderer? Perhaps you're one of the accomplices in killing my son? Zhao Deng stared at Qian Pingxing with bloodshot eyes, causing Qian Pingxing to feel chills running up his spine. Zhao Ji has been killed? Qian Pingxing frowned. Do you think I'll lie to you about this? Palace Master Qian, you better think this through. If I lose the best time to find the murderer because of your obstruction, you'll become an accomplice as well. At that time, you'll have to answer to my father yourself. When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, he even mentioned his father, Zhao Jin. His tone was filled with anger and impatience. When Qian Pingxing heard this, he gasped. He could tell Zhao Deng did not seem to be lying. Due to this reason, he obediently moved aside. Since almost half of the 3 days had passed, Ling Tian must have left the Mystical Sky Mansion. Even if Zhao Deng went after him, it would be impossible for him to catch up to him. When Zhao Ji left the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate, he asked some of the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. When he found out the direction Duan Lingtian and the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples at the intermediate refined saint stage and above had left, he immediately rushed over. He knew his son must have gone in that direction as well. Soon after, Zhao Deng encountered the group of intermediate eminent saint stage disciples from the Zhao clan who were returning to the Mystical Sky Mansion. He immediately stopped them and asked in a deep voice, "Did you see Ji? Lord Vice Mansion Master?" The group of Zhao clan's disciples bowed respectfully when they saw Zhao Deng. They nodded in response to his question. "Lord Vice Mansion Master, we met little junior brother earlier. However, little junior brother seemed to have used an escape Dao talisman and disappeared before our eyes." Many people said in unison, "Escape Dao talisman?" Zhao Deng frowned. However, when he extended his divine consciousness and probed the cultivation base of the group of Zhao clan's disciples, realization dawned on him. Chapter 1830. Due to this reason, it was normal for them to think his son had used an escape technique Dao talisman. Zhao Ji thought to himself, as far as I know, all the powerhouses at the intermediate eminent saint stage or above from our Zhao clan who are not in closed-door cultivation in the mystical Sky Mansion's estate have gone after Ling Tian. Why are all of you the only ones here? Where's Zhao Dong and the others? Zhao Deng looked at the group of intermediate eminent saint stage mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Lord Vice Mansion Master, Zhao Dong and the other senior brothers at the Mastery Eminent Saint stage were killed by Ling Tian. Soon after, someone replied to Zhao Deng's question. What? Upon hearing this, horror dawned on Zhao Deng's face as though he was struck by lightning. Zhao Dong was killed? Zhao Dong was a disciple from the Zhao clan who was ranked at the top of the mystical sky ranking. Not long ago, he had even entered the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. However, he was killed by Ling Tian today. Ling Tian. Zhao Deng's eyes were burning with rage as though it could burn everything. Ling Tian had actually killed Zhao Dong and the other Mastery Eminent Saint stage disciples from the Zhao clan. This was undoubtedly destroying the foundation of the Zhao clan. Perhaps, Zhao Deng and the others were still unable to shoulder the burden of the Zhao clan. However, after a few decades or even 100 years, the Zhao clan would have to rely on them. But now, Zhao Deng and the others had died before they even had the chance to grow. They had died in Ling Tian's hands. How could Zhao Deng not be furious? At this moment, Zhao Deng seemed to have forgotten something. If Zhao Dong and the others did not go after Ling Tian would not have been so ruthless. Of course, not to mention that Zhao Deng had forgotten about this matter. Even if he remembered, he wouldn't think so. In his opinion, it was only right for the people from the Zhao clan to kill others, but it was wrong for others to kill the people from the Zhao clan. When did all of you meet? Zhao Deng took a deep breath and suppressed the rage in his heart as he looked at the disciples from the Zhao clan. He asked the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples from the Zhao clan. After Ling Tian killed Zhao Deng and the others and left, little junior brother arrived. Someone was the first to respond. You were there too? Zhao Deng's face darkened. Why didn't Ling Tian kill you? Maybe it's because we were too slow and didn't get close to him in time, so we didn't provoke him. Or maybe it's because he disdained to kill us. Many people smiled bitterly. Must have gone after Ling Tian. Could it be that he was killed by Ling Tian? Impossible. That Ling Tian is merely a martial cultivator at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. It's impossible for him to kill Zhao Deng had thousands of thoughts in his mind. At the same time, he moved in the direction that Duan Ling Tian had left. He was certain that his son had gone after that Ling Tian. Therefore, if he wanted to find clues about his son's murder, he had to take this route. Vice Mansion Master's expression doesn't look too good. The group of intermediate eminent saint stage disciples from the Zhao clan looked at each other when they saw Zhao Deng leaving in such a hurry. They could see that Zhao Deng's expression was grave and he seemed to have encountered something urgent. Don't tell me something happened to little junior brother? It was unknown who said this, but the entire crowd fell silent again. That's possible. Many people agreed after a few moments. However, no matter what, this was only their speculation. For this reason, they quickly stopped discussing this matter. If news of their speculation spread out and reached the ears of the Vice Mansion Master or the Guardian, they would definitely be in deep trouble. Zhao Deng carefully searched everywhere he passed by. Soon after, he discovered the bodies of Zhao Dong and the others. Although he had heard that Zhao Dong and the others had been killed by Ling Tian, when he saw the corpses of Zhao Dong and the others, Zhao Deng was filled with anger again. Ling Tian, our Zhao family is absolutely irreconcilable with you. I, Zhao Deng, swear that I'm not human if I don't kill you. But unfortunately, Duan Ling Tian was bound to not be able to hear his hysteria. Even if he heard it, Duan Ling Tian would only snort in disdain. Irreconcilable? Could it be that the Zhao clan was not irreconcilable with him before this? If that was not the case, Why would so many people from the Zhao clan try so hard to kill him? Jiu, since he was in a hurry to find out the cause of his son's death and the culprit who killed his son, he took a few more glances at Zhao Dong and the others' bodies before he stepped into the air again and continued to move forward. Not long after, he found a corpse. Who's this woman? The body Zhao Deng discovered belonged to Ouyang Ruo. To be more precise, it was Ouyang Ruo who was killed by the Devil Seal tablet. However, Zhao Deng did not recognize her. Although Zhao Deng did not know Ouyang Ruo, he still checked her body. After checking her body, he could not help but gasp. There's no external injury on her body at all. It seems like she was killed by a soul attack. The person who killed her must be a powerhouse who mainly cultivates divine consciousness attacks. In the Dao martial saint land, whether it was martial or Dao cultivators, there were a small number of people who mainly cultivated divine consciousness attacks. When these people attacked with their divine consciousness, they would usually be able to catch their opponents off guard and kill them without leaving a trace. After all, it was the body of a woman he did not know. Zhao Deng did not pay much attention to it. Instead, he began to observe his surroundings. In the end, he really found some traces. Traces of Zhao Ji running for his life. Naturally, Zhao Deng only found some traces. He did not know they were traces of his son running for his life. However, he still followed the traces. An hour later, Zhao Deng found Zhao Ji's body. Although he had killed many people before, his eyes still turned red when he saw his son's body. Who's that? Who killed you? At this moment, Zhao Deng had completely lost his mind. As time passed by, Zhao Deng seemed to know it was useless for him to continue acting like this. He began to calm down and observe his son's body. As soon as he began to observe, he found some clues. He discovered there were no external injuries on Zhao Ji's body at all. There were not even any bruises on his body. He doesn't have any external injuries as well. He must have died from his soul being destroyed. Don't tell me he was killed by the same person as the woman I saw who died a long time ago? Who's the person who killed my son? Zhao Deng was about to go crazy when he realized the clues stopped here. He tried his best to search for traces in his surroundings, but he did not find anything. With your speed, he must have caught up with Ling Tian before he came here. However, up until now, I still haven't found Ling Tian's body. I'll head in the direction Ling Tian went after he left the mystical sky mansion. Perhaps, I'll be able to find some clues. The moment Zhao Deng thought of this, he decided to continue chasing after Ling Tian. Naturally, he had also stored Zhao Ji's body in his spatial ring for safekeeping. At this moment, apart from sadness, there was only anger on his face. It was an uncontrollable anger. Due to Zhao Ji's death, Zhao Deng left the mystical sky mansion. After he collected Zhao Ji's body, he continued to chase after Ling Tian in the direction of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian, who was making his way to the Azure Cloud Mansion, was unaware of all this. Although he was unaware, he was still very careful. After he killed Zhao Ji, he changed into a set of gray robes. Not only that, but his appearance had also undergone a drastic change with the help of the disguising secret tactic. It was so ordinary that it could not be any more ordinary. At this moment, even if Duan Lingtian's mother, Li Ro, was standing in front of him, she might not be able to recognize him, let alone other people. After traveling for a while, Duan Lingtian could clearly hear the sound of wind whistling behind him. The sound of wind whistling was getting closer and closer. It was obvious it was a powerhouse who was traveling. What a fast speed! This person's cultivation base must be at the Mastery Divine Saint stage at least. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, he did not turn around and continued to travel. Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard a loud shout behind him. Then, he felt as though he was being targeted by someone. Zhao Deng? Duan Lingtian instantly recognized the owner of the voice. It was none other than Zhao Deng, one of the vice mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion. He was not surprised by Zhao Deng's appearance. Since he had already killed Zhao Ji, as long as Zhao Ji left a soul pearl in the Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Deng would definitely find out about Zhao Ji's death and leave the Mystical Sky Mansion to chase after him. As for the powerhouse whom Gu Li had hired to stop Zhao Deng, he might help Gu Li for the sake of Gu Li's father, Gu Yun. However, it was impossible for him to offend the other guardian, Zhao Jin. After learning that Zhao Jin's most beloved grandson, Zhao Ji, had been killed, how would he dare to stop Zhao Deng? Duan Ling Tian was not surprised when Zhao Deng called out his name. Although he had disguised himself, his back remained the same. It was still the same as before. Just by looking at his back, he was still him. "Senior, are you talking to me?" Duan Ling Tian asked, feigning ignorance as he turned around and looked at Zhao Deng, who was staring at him with a burning gaze. He had a confused expression on his face. When Zhao Deng saw Duan Lingtian's ordinary face, he could not help but frown. How was this possible? How could this person who had the same back as Ling Tian have a different face? To be more precise, how could he not be Ling Tian? Zhao Deng extended his divine consciousness and discovered there were no traces of disguise on Zhao Deng's face. He was greatly disappointed. However, Zhao Deng completely ignored Duan Lingtian, who had disguised himself and feigned ignorance. With just a flash, he disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but heave a sigh of relief. His back was also drenched in sweat. It's a good thing I know the disguising secret tactic that can't be detected by divine consciousness. Otherwise, I would have died today. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about this, he could not help but feel relieved. Let's continue on our journey. With my current speed, I should be able to reach the Azure Cloud Mansion in a few days. Chapter 1831. Zhao Deng searched for a few days, but he did not find any clues about Duan Lingtian's whereabouts at all. In the end, he could only return helplessly. I hope father won't come back so soon. Otherwise, I don't know how to tell him about this. He dotes on Ji to the point of spoiling him. If he finds out Ji is dead, he won't be able to accept it. Zhao Deng prayed inwardly as he made his way back. However, this was only his wishful thinking. When he returned, he discovered his father was already back. "I heard you're back? Where is he?" This was the first thing Zhao Jin said when he saw Zhao Deng. Plop. Upon hearing Zhao Jin's words, Zhao Deng kneeled in front of Zhao Jin with a distressed expression on his face. He lowered his head and said, "Father, Zhao is dead." Boom. Zhao Deng's words were like a bolt from the blue when they entered Zhao Jin's ears. His eyes widened as horror dawned on him. Then, he looked at Zhao Deng and asked sternly, "What happened? I've only left not long ago. How did this happen?" "Father, it's like this." Following that, Zhao Deng began to tell Zhao Jin everything that had happened. He told Zhao Jin about how he had obtained the ancient devil beast's inheritance and how his cultivation base had entered the early divine saint stage. When Zhao Jin found out his grandson had entered the early divine saint stage before the age of 40, he should have been overjoyed. However, before he could rejoice, he found out his grandson who had such a great fortuitous encounter was dead. His soul was destroyed by a divine consciousness attack. At some point, Zhao Deng took out Zhao Ji's body. Tears streamed down Zhao Jin's face as he looked at Zhao Ji's body. He gently caressed Zhao Ji's face before his gaze turned cold. "So, even if Yu wasn't killed by Ling Tian, he was indirectly killed by him?" "Yes." Zhao Deng nodded and said angrily, "If it wasn't for Ling Tian leaving the mystical sky mansion, wouldn't have chased after him. If Ji didn't chase after him, he wouldn't have died. For this reason, Ling Tian is an indirect accomplice in Ji's death." Is there a possibility that the Gu clan fellow also found an expert skilled in divine sense attacks to protect Ling Tian as he left? That person used a divine sense attack to kill Ji. Zhao Jin guessed with a sullen face. That's possible. If not for Zhao Jin's reminder, Zhao Deng wouldn't have thought of this. "Go. Follow me to find Gu Li." After Zhao Jin finished speaking, he brought Zhao Ji along to look for Gu Li. Gu Li made use of Gu Yun's connections to find a group of powerhouses to restrict the powerhouses at the divine saint stage and above from the Zhao clan. This was done to protect his friend. Zhao Jin couldn't do anything to him because of this, because the Zhao clan was in the wrong. However, if the person Gu Li hired to protect Ling Tian killed his grandson, then it would be a completely different matter. However, when they looked for Gu Li denied it. I only found someone to restrict the powerhouses at the Divine Saint stage and above from the Zhao clan. I didn't find a powerhouse skilled in Divine Sense attacks to protect junior brother Ling Tian. When junior brother Ling Tian left, he was alone. If you don't believe me, I can swear on the lightning penalty oath. After Gu Li swore on the lightning penalty oath, Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng finally realized they had guessed wrongly. Gu Li did not find anyone to protect Ling Tian. Then, who was the person who killed their grandson and son? After Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng left, Gu Xiaoyun could not help but sigh. I can't believe Zhao Ji actually died outside. However, what's a refined Saint stage martial cultivator like him doing? Is he going to hunt little Tian down? With his strength, he's just seeking death if he chased after junior brother Ling Tian. Gu Li snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "In my opinion, Gu Li must have died in the hands of junior brother Ling Tian. I don't think it's little Tian." Earlier, they also said Gu Li was killed by a powerhouse skilled in Divine Sense attacks. There were no external injuries on his body at all. As far as I know, little Tian isn't skilled in Divine Sense attacks. Gu Xiaoyun shook his head. He had a different opinion. No matter what, Zhao Ji deserved to die. Now that he's dead, there's one less disaster in the mystical sky mansion. Gu Li said nonchalantly. Not only did he not sympathize with Zhao Ji's death, but he even took pleasure in his misfortune. "Lier, it's fine if you say these words here, but if word of this spreads out, I'm afraid Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng won't let this matter rest. To them, Zhao Ji is their lifeblood. Even if Zhao Deng finds another woman to give birth to a son, it'll take at least a few decades for him to become like Zhao Ji." Gu Xiaoyun understood Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng's feelings very well. If something had happened to Gu Li, he would definitely have reacted the same way as Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng. In fact, he might have even lost his composure. His father. Gu Li knew Gu Xiaoyun was doing this for his own good, so he agreed without hesitation. Where did little Tian go? Didn't he say he would go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with you after you've broken through to the Divine Saint stage? Don't tell me he abandoned you and went to the upper province? Gu Xiaoyun asked curiously. Currently, Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng were not around. For this reason, Gu Li could tell his father everything he knew. However, he did not plan to reveal his identity as Duan Ling Tian immediately. Instead, he decided to take things one step at a time. "Father, junior brother Ling Tian's surname is not Ling. Isn't his name Ling Tian? Why is his surname not Ling?" Gu Xiaoyun was puzzled. Ling Tian is his name. As for his surname, "Father, can you guess what his surname is?" When Gu Li reached the end of his sentence, he purposely asked. "The world is so big and there are so many surnames. How would I know what his surname is?" Gu Xiaoyun said snappily, "All right. Stop keeping me in suspense. Just tell me, what's little Tian's surname?" "He has the same surname as the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion." Gu Li smiled. "The current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Duan Ruffing? Little Tian's surname is Duan?" Gu Xiaoyun was a little surprised. "In that case, his full name is not Ling Tian but Duan Ling Tian." I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before. However, I can't recall it at this moment. Devil Seal Tablet. Gu Li reminded him in a timely manner. Devil Seal Tablet. Upon hearing Gu Li's reminder, the fog in Gu Xiaoyun's mind cleared up, and he was suddenly enlightened. "I remember now. That lucky kid who obtained the Devil Seal Tablet that caused a commotion back then was called Duan Ling Tian. I can't believe little Tian has the same name as Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian? This name is rare." Gu Xiaoyun smiled. The reason he did not associate the Duan Ling Tian he was familiar with Duan Ling Tian was because he was certain Duan Ling Tian did not disguise himself. He had also seen the portrait of Duan Ling Tian before. Although both of them were very handsome, they were two completely different people. "Father, junior brother Ling Tian is the Duan Ling Tian who obtained the Devil Seal Tablet." Gu Li was speechless when he saw Gu Xiaoyun still had the wrong idea even after his reminder. "What? Gu Xiaoyun was, naturally, taken aback by Gu Li's words. However, he quickly shook his head. Impossible. I've seen the portrait of Duan Lingtian with my own eyes. He's not the same person as Little Tian. I'm certain Little Tian didn't disguise himself. Unless the portrait of Duan Lingtian was drawn after Little Tian disguised himself. Gu Li sighed. He knew his father would not be able to figure it out if he did not explain. As for what he was going to tell Gu Xiaoyun, he had already asked for Duan Lingtian's opinion. If he only told Gu Xiaoyun this, Duan Lingtian would not have any objections. As Gu Li explained, Gu Xiaoyun was so shocked that he could not close his mouth for a long time. Li Feng, the monstrous genius who appeared briefly in the Rising Sky Mansions district, was not Duan Lingtian's senior brother. Instead, he was Duan Lingtian in disguise. As for Lingtian, he was also Duan Lingtian in disguise. Duan Lingtian's real appearance was exactly the same as the portrait that was circulated that year. Not only had Gu Xiaoyun seen it before, but he also had a portrait of Duan Lingtian in his hand. Sush. Gu Xiaoyun opened the portrait and looked at the handsome young man in it. He sighed emotionally. So this is Little Tian's true appearance. However, Little Tian's luck is really good. He was actually able to obtain the renowned Super Saint weapon on the 10 Great Saint weapon rankings, the Devil Seal Tablet. The Devil Seal Tablet is a Super Saint weapon that's capable of restraining devil cultivators. Gu Xiaoyun's expression suddenly turned solemn as he stared at Gu Li. You must remember not to tell anyone about Little Tian's true identity. If news of this spreads out, he'll definitely become the target of everyone again. At that time, his enemy won't just be the Zhao clan, but the entire Debussy subterranean and the entire Dao Martial Saint land. Gu Xiaoyun knew how tempting the Devil Seal Tablet was. If it was not for the fact that he already regarded Duan Lingtian as one of his own, he would have thought of killing him to snatch the treasure away. This was because the temptation of the Devil Seal Tablet was too great. I know. Gu Li nodded. I've only told you this after asking junior brother Ling Tian's opinion. As for the others, I won't tell them before I get junior brother Ling Tian's permission. That's good. Gu Xiaoyun nodded in satisfaction before he continued to ask, You haven't told me if Little Tian left in a hurry and didn't wait for you. Did he go to the upper province first? Gu Li shook his head. He went to the Azure Cloud Mansion. As for me, I stayed behind to inform you. In a few days, I'll also go to the Azure Cloud Mansion to look for junior brother Ling Tian and leave the lower province with him to the upper province. Azure Cloud Mansion? Why did he go to the Azure Cloud Mansion? Chapter 1832. Father, junior brother Ling Tian has already decided to go to the upper province. Why is he joining the Azure Cloud Mansion for no reason? Gu Li was speechless when he heard Gu Xiaoyun's words. That's true. However, why is he going to the Azure Cloud Mansion? Gu Xiaoyun nodded. Indeed, since he had already decided to head to the upper province, there was no need for that little fellow to join the Azure Cloud Mansion since it would not benefit him at all. The Azure Cloud Mansion is his home. What can he do when he returns? Of course, it's to reunite with his family. Gu Li sighed. What? Gu Xiaoyun's eyes widened. The Azure Cloud Mansion is Little Tian's home? What do you mean by that? What's the relationship between Little Tian and the Azure Cloud Mansion? That's not right either. If he's related to the Azure Cloud Mansion, why would he come to our Mystical Sky Mansion for no reason? Moreover, if he's really from the Azure Cloud Mansion with his innate talent, he's definitely not someone who has no achievements. I've never heard of a person called Duan Lingtian in the Azure Cloud Mansion before this. Gu Xiaoyun shook his head as he spoke. Father, do you still remember Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Gu Li asked. Although Gu Xiaoyun did not know why his son suddenly asked this question, he still nodded. Of course I remember. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ruffing, is a martial cultivator from the mortal continent. He's also the only person in the history of the Debussy subterranean who came from the mortal continent to control a peak force. Then what if I said, junior brother Ling Tian is also a martial cultivator from the mortal continent? Gu Li asked again. What? Little Tian is also a martial cultivator from the mortal continent? Gu Xiaoyun was instantly petrified. After a long while, he muttered in astonishment, "When did the martial cultivators from the mortal continent become so abnormal?" Father, junior brother Ling Tian is the only son of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Gu Li continued. His words were like a heavy bomb, and Gu Xiaoyun was dumbstruck. He only regained his senses after a while, and looked at Gu Li in shock. "Li, is what you said true? Little Tian is the only son of Mansion Master Duan of the Azure Cloud Mansion?" "Absolutely." Gu Li nodded. "However, since he's the only son of Mansion Master Duan of the Azure Cloud Mansion, why would he come to our mystical sky mansion?" Gu Xiaoyun could not figure it out. However, after Gu Li's explanation, he came to a realization. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian did not go to the Azure Cloud Mansion immediately after he arrived in the Dao Martial Saint Land because he had lost the clue his father had left for him. It was only recently when he heard about some of the deeds of Duan Ruffing, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, and his name that he was certain of it. The Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was his father. He immediately rushed to the Azure Cloud Mansion to reunite with his family. It's fortunate that Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng didn't know about Little Tian's background. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to make a move on Little Tian even if they were given 100 guts. Gu Xiaoyun said as his eyes gleamed. "Father, junior brother Ling Tian's identity is special, and it's not good to expose it. Not only is he the son of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, but he's also the one who possesses the Devil Seal Tablet. If news of him possessing the Devil Seal Tablet spreads out, I'm afraid even the Azure Cloud Mansion won't be able to protect him. Even the powerhouses from the upper province will be attracted by the Devil Seal Tablet." Gu Li said with a worried expression on his face. "That's right. The temptation of the Devil Seal Tablet is too great." Gu Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. Then he looked at Gu Li and continued to say, "For this reason, it's all the more reason we can't expose Little Tian's background. Otherwise, what awaits him and the Azure Cloud Mansion is a disaster. After all, a man's wealth is his own ruin." "Understood," Gu Li said solemnly. On the other hand, after Zhao Jin and Zhao Deng left, they felt even more frustrated. Up until now, they still had no clue how their grandson and son had died. They had a lot of strength, but there was nothing they could do about it. "If we want to find Jier's murderer, there's only one way to go now," Zhao Jin said in a deep voice. "Father, are you referring to Ling Tian?" Zhao Deng asked. "That's right." Zhao Jin nodded before he continued to say, "As far as I know, Ling Tian had made an appointment with that lad from Gu clan to go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, he is left on his own. Although that lad from Gu clan has broken through to the Divine Saint stage, he still hasn't left with Ling Tian. I have a feeling that Ling Tian hasn't gone to the upper province yet. Moreover, based on what you said, he didn't leave in the direction of the upper province." Zhao Jin said in one breath. "Father, where did Ling Tian go? Why don't we ask Gu Li about it?" Zhao Deng said as his eyes flashed fiercely. "Humph. Do you think Gu Li will tell you?" Zhao Jin snorted coldly as he looked at Zhao Deng as though he was looking at an idiot. If it was someone else who looked at him like that, Zhao Deng would have long gone berserk. However, the person who looked at him like that was his father. Even if he was unhappy, he did not dare to show it. "Father, what do you think we should do?" Zhao Deng asked again. "Keep an eye on that lad from Gu clan. He's the most important clue if we want to find Ling Tian. It's fine if he doesn't leave the mystical sky mansion. However, once he leaves, follow him and see if he's going to look for Ling Tian," Zhao Jin said. His eyes lit up. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Zhao Deng's eyes lit up immediately. At the same time, he secretly admired his father. As expected, the older the wiser. Duan Lingtian was completely unaware of what was happening in the mystical sky mansion. Currently, he had already arrived at the vicinity of the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. The Azure Cloud Mansion's estate was located at the south of the Dvusiai subterranean. It was located above a vast and boundless lake. If one stood by the side of the lake, one would not be able to see the other side of the lake. It felt as though one was standing by the sea and looking at the endless ocean. This was the crouching dragon lake that surrounded the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. The entire lake was like a divine dragon coiling around the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. That was how the crouching dragon lake got its name. Azure Cloud Mansion? Mother, or we'll be able to see you soon. Little Faith, I'm here. I'm here to see you and our child. Father, I'm here. Outside the crouching dragon lake, Duan Lingtian hovered in the air as he looked in the direction of the crouching dragon lake. His emotions were surging. After a long while, Duan Lingtian finally calmed down before he stepped into the air and entered the crouching dragon lake. The instant Duan Lingtian entered the crouching dragon lake, the calm surface of the crouching dragon lake suddenly began to ripple. In the end, a loud bang reverberated in the air. Bang, 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 bang. After the loud bang reverberated in the air, a series of loud bangs reverberated in the air. One after another, gigantic figures emerged from the crouching dragon lake, breaking the calm surface of the crouching dragon lake. Who's there? How dare you trespass into the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate? At the same time, a thunderous voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. As soon as Duan Lingtian stepped onto the surface of the crouching dragon lake, 10 gigantic figures emerged from the crouching dragon lake. They rose into the air and surrounded him like stars surrounding the moon. Wild beasts? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's eyes landed on the 10 gigantic figures around him. He discovered they were 10 gigantic wild beasts. There was a black figure standing on the backs of these wild beasts. They were all soldiers dressed in black armor with cold expressions on their faces. These soldiers seemed to emit waves of coldness, giving people a bone-chilling feeling. Black armored guards? During his journey here, Duan Lingtian had deliberately asked around about the Azure Cloud Mansion. He knew the black armored guards were the most elite guards in the Azure Cloud Mansion. The weakest black armored guards were at the early Eminent Saint stage. In the Azure Cloud Mansion, only those who were at the early Eminent Saint stage and above were qualified to become a black armored guard. Due to the fact that the black armored guards were the elites of the Azure Cloud Mansion, there were only 1,000 of them. They were collectively known as the Black Armored Army. It was said that the Black Armored Army of the Azure Cloud Mansion consisted of 1 Chiliarch, 10 Centurions, and 100 Decurions. The Chiliarch was also the commander of the Black Armored Army. He was one of the exemplary Saint Stage powerhouses in the Azure Cloud Mansion. The 10 Centurions below him were all at the Mastery Divine Saint stage or the peak of the Divine Saint stage. As for the 100 Decurions, the weakest one was at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. No wonder people say the Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountain Shade Black Market are much stronger than the other quasi-third-rate forces. Put aside the Mountain Shade Black Market, just the strength of the Azure Cloud Mansion alone is far from what the Mystical Sky Mansion can compare to. Among the 1,000 Black Armored Guards, there are 10 Mastery Divine Saint stage powerhouses and even those at the peak of the Divine Saint stage. The commander of the Black Armored Army is even an exemplary Saint stage powerhouse. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel shocked. However, this force that shocked him was the force under his father's command. It has only been 20 years since my cheapskate father disappeared and reappeared on Cloud Continent. In just 20 years, not only did he make a name for himself in the Debussy Subterranean, but he even became the new mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Not only that, but he also led the Azure Cloud Mansion to become a top force in the lower province that's comparable to the Mountain Shade Black Market. Duan Lingtian could not figure out how his cheapskate father managed to achieve this in such a short time. If it was him, he would not have been able to do it. Leave the crouching dragon lake in 10 breaths. Otherwise die. One of the 10 black armored guards said coldly when he saw Duan Lingtian ignoring them. He was riding on a wild beast when he emerged from the crouching dragon lake. The one who spoke just now was also this person. He was clearly the leader of the dozen or so black armored guards. Duan Lingtian activated his divine eye and instantly probed his cultivation base. It was at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage. It seems like he's a Decurion. Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly. Decurion, The reason I came to the Azure Cloud Mansion is to see Mansion Master Duan. Duan Lingtian did not reveal his identity and say he was their young Mansion Master. He only said he wanted to see the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Who are you? Why do you want to see our Lord Mansion Master? Chapter 1833. As for the details, I'll have to meet Mansion Master Duan before I can tell you. Duan Lingtian smiled as he spoke to the Decurion. Even before they arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate, Duan Lingtian was still very cautious. He was not in a hurry to reveal his identity. Moreover, even if he did reveal his identity, he would need others to believe him. Before this, most of the people in the Azure Cloud Mansion did not know their Mansion Master had a son. If he said he was the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, the other party would most likely think he was a liar and throw him out. Duan Lingtian, who missed his family dearly, was, naturally, unwilling to create unnecessary trouble. Due to this reason, he was so cautious. If that's the case, I'll send someone to inform the Mansion Master of your arrival. However, you'll have to state your identity when you do so. Who are you? Which force are you from? The Decurion nodded before he asked again. When the Decurion saw Duan Lingtian remained silent for a long time, his expression turned grave immediately. What's wrong? Is it not convenient for you to state your identity? Decurion, I have a keepsake here. You can ask your man to bring it to the Mansion Master of your mansion. If the Mansion Master of your mansion is unwilling to see me, you can send me away. What do you think? As Duan Lingtian spoke, he took out the exquisite jade box that his cheapskate father had given him. Naturally, the exquisite jade box was empty. He had already taken out the item inside. When the Decurion of the Black Armored Army and the other 9 Black Armored Guards saw Duan Lingtian taking out his keepsake, their cold faces could not help but tremble. A person who could take out a keepsake, as long as he was not joking with them, must have a close relationship with the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Such a person was not someone they could afford to offend. Please wait a moment, mister. When the Decurion spoke again, his tone was much more polite. In his opinion, based on this person's behavior, it did not seem like he was joking with them. Moreover, who was it that dared to make a joke out of the Azure Cloud Mansion? After receiving the exquisite jade box with both hands politely, the Decurion carefully passed the jade box to one of his Black Armored Guards. Bring this token to see Lord Mansion Master immediately. Tell him that this is a token brought by a guest from afar and that the guest wants to see him. Yes, Sir Decurion. The Black Armored Guard who received the jade box accepted the order respectfully. Then, he urged the savage beast under his feet to go deeper into the crouching dragon lake. For a moment, only Duan Lingtian and the 9 Black Armored Guards were left. Duan Lingtian stood where he was and closed his eyes to rest. He quietly waited for the messenger to return. Meanwhile, the Decurion and the other 8 Black Armored Guards stood to the side, not daring to even breathe loudly. Based on the calm expression on this person's face, they could see how mysterious he was. They were even more certain that this person had a close relationship with the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. For this reason, they became even more cautious. In their eyes, their Lord Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was the person they respected the most. He was also their faith. Someone who had a close relationship with their Lord Mansion Master was not someone they could neglect. On the other hand, the Black Armored Guard brought Duan Lingtian's exquisite jade box to see the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Everything went smoothly. Naturally, he did not see the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Not only that, but he had never seen the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion before. In the Azure Cloud Mansion, only the Azure Cloud Mansion's high-ranking officials had seen their Lord Mansion Master before. Among the 1,000 Black Armored Guards, only 11 of them who were centurions or above were qualified to see their Lord Mansion Master. To the people below him, the Manor Lord was an elusive and elusive existence. For this reason, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was mysterious and lofty in the eyes of the people below the Azure Cloud Mansion's high-ranking officials. Elder Roan. At the entrance of the central main hall on the floating island, the Black Armored Guard bowed respectfully to an old man. This old man was the right-hand man of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. His position in the Azure Cloud Mansion was only second to the mansion master. Even the captain of the Black Armored Army, the Lord Commander, would have to bow respectfully when he saw this old man. Someone wants to see Lord Mansion Master? Elder Rong was Rong Yuan. He looked at the Black Armored Guard and asked with a smile. Everyone in the Azure Cloud Mansion knew that Elder Rong was a kind old man. No matter who he was facing, he would not put on airs. Even so, the Black Armored Guard was still flattered. Elder Rong, a young man, entered the Crouching Dragon Lake today. He happened to be in the area that our team was guarding. For this reason, our Lord Decurion led us to stop him. However, he said he knows Lord Mansion Master. Not only that, but he even took out a token and said he'd show it to Lord Mansion Master so Lord Mansion Master would summon him. As the Black Armored Guard spoke, he took out the exquisite jade box that Duan Lingtian had given him. When Rong Yuan saw this ordinary-looking exquisite jade box, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. After taking the jade box, he studied it again and again, but he did not find anything special about it. Wait here for a moment. I'll bring this jade box to Lord Mansion Master. After informing the Black Armored Guard, Rong Yuan walked into the main hall with the jade box in his hand. The Black Armored Guard stood upright outside and waited quietly. Time continued to pass by quietly. About a quarter of an hour later, Rong Yuan came out with an ugly expression on his face. When the Black Armored Guard saw Rong Yuan's grave expression, his heart jolted as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Don't tell me that person is really toying with us and the Lord Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Is he not afraid of death? Lord Mansion Master doesn't recognize that lousy jade box. Moreover, that person must be a liar who pretends to be Lord Mansion Master's old friend. Inform your Decurion about this. He should know what to do. After Rong Yuan finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve and left in anger. The fellow, not only did he toy with us, but he even dared to toy with Lord Mansion Master. Damn it. The Black Armored Guard's expression was extremely grave. When he returned, it was as though he was on steroids as he traveled at full speed. Soon after, he arrived at the edge of the Crouching Dragon Lake. I'm back. When Duan Lingtian heard the commotion, he immediately opened his eyes with a smile on his face. When he thought about how he would be able to see his mother, his fiancée, his child, and his cheapskate father, he was elated. However, when he saw the Black Armored Guard's grave expression and the anger in his eyes, he could not help but feel his heart jolt again. Something's not right. This doesn't make sense. That exquisite jade box was given to me by my cheapskate father on Cloud Continent. He must have recognized it with just a glance. At the same time, the Decurion also learned about how he had been deceived by the Black Armored Guard. His expression turned grave immediately. How dare you come to our Azure Cloud Mansion to deceive us? You're seeking death. When the Decurion looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were cold. There was no longer any trace of politeness in his eyes. It was as though he wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Deceive? Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave. He had deceived them? What was going on? Decurion, is this a misunderstanding? I'm sure there's no problem with the token I gave you. The Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion must recognize it. I'd like to ask you if you're certain you personally handed the jade box I gave you to the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Duan Lingtian asked the Black Armored Guard who went to report to him as he explained to the Decurion. I was the one who personally handed that jade box to Elder Rong, and he passed it to Lord Mansion Master. Elder Rong has already said that Lord Mansion Master doesn't recognize that lousy jade box. You're just a liar who pretends to be Lord Mansion Master. The Black Armored Guard who went to report to Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. Elder Rong? Duan Lingtian frowned before his expression eased up. That's right. There must be something wrong with Elder Rong. How about this? Bring me to the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. As long as I meet him, the truth will be revealed. What do you think? If there's something wrong with me, there's no need for all of you. Your Mansion Master will personally execute me. There's something wrong with Elder Rong? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the 10 black armored guards, including the Decurion, looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. Killing intent could be seen in their eyes. In the Azure Cloud Mansion, who did not know that Elder Rong was the Mansion Master's spokesperson. However, this person actually dared to say there was something wrong with Elder Rong? Was this something that someone who knew their Mansion Master would say? As the Decurion shouted coldly, the other 9 black armored guards who had been waiting for a long time made their move. They were like hungry wolves who had not eaten or drunk for 10 days. They pounced on their prey without any hesitation. 9 black figures charged out in unison. From afar, it looked like a black torrent that swept across the sky. Boom, 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 boom. As the sound of explosions reverberated in the air, the 9 black armored guards left the wild beasts under their feet one after another and launched all kinds of attacks. The 5-colored energy blended together and swept toward Duan Lingtian in unison. Every attack was aimed at Duan Lingtian's vital points. It was as though all of them wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with just one strike. Duan Lingtian did not expect these black armored guards would be so barbaric. He had merely voiced out his speculation, but they pounced on him like mad dogs as though they wanted to tear him into pieces. He was rendered speechless. Was that Elder Rong their father? Could he not even say a word? One must admit that this 10-man squad of black armored guards was quite strong. Apart from the Decurion who did not make a move, the weakest among the 9 black armored guards was at the intermediate eminent saint stage. There were a total of 6 intermediate eminent saint stage powerhouses and 3 mastery eminent saint stage powerhouses. However, such a combination was not a threat to him at all. Due to this reason, he easily dodged their joint attacks. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. He did not feel any pressure at all. The peak of the eminent saint stage. Chapter 1834. One must admit that as a member of the Black Armored Guards, none of them were afraid of death. Although they knew the person in front of them was much stronger than them, they had no intention of retreating. Instead, they continued to surround him. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but have a hint of respect in his eyes when he saw this. If it was someone else, they would have fled or begged for mercy when they saw how much stronger he was. However, the 9 black armored guards before him still charged forward and surrounded him even though they knew they were no match for him. It was as though they were not afraid of death. This ruthless scene caused the blood in Duan Lingtian's body to boil. It was as though he had returned to the days when he was in the underground world in his past life. The 9 black armored guards had obtained his respect. As expected of the Azure Cloud Mansion's black armored army. They really live up to their reputation. Duan Lingtian could not help but praise them. "You're quite strong, sir. However, you've deceived us and even our Lord Mansion Master. In the end, you even suspected Elder Rong. Your crimes are unforgivable. If we let you leave the Azure Cloud Mansion alive today, it'll be because the Black Armored Army is useless." Finally, the Decurion made his move. He charged into the encirclement of the Black Armored Guards and charged toward Duan Lingtian. As a powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage, the Decurion's strength was, naturally, extraordinary. At the instant the Decurion charged toward him, Duan Lingtian was certain the Decurion's strength was much stronger than Zhao Dong, the disciple from the mystical Sky Mansion's Zhao clan whom he had killed earlier. Moreover, the Decurion could even force him to use some of his techniques. So, the Decurion's weapon was a 7-foot-long spear. When it shot out, it was like a dragon coming out of its cave, causing the air to stagnate for a moment. Around the 7-foot-long spear, a vast amount of true origin had formed into a spiraling force. When the spear shot out, it was similar to the impact drill on Earth in Duan Lingtian's past life. It was as though it could pierce through everything. Earth Dragon Drill. At the same time, the Decurion shouted loudly. The energy on the 7-foot-long spear in his hand rose again, and the spiral force became even stronger. A spear shot out, aiming for Duan Lingtian's heart, faster than lightning. "Why don't you try taking one of my attacks?" As soon as the Decurion shouted, Duan Lingtian also shouted. Immediately afterward, a sword appeared in his hand. It was a sword completely condensed from the sun's true essence. The sword seemed simple, but it was actually a simple move that contained the profundity of the second realm of the Sovereign Heart Sword. It was so fast that it was even faster than the Decurian's 7-foot-long spear. Puchi, Puchi, Puchi. The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand collided with the tip of the Decurian's 7-foot-long spear accurately. Both of them had infused their weapons with power, and this was the first time they had clashed. This was also a probing exchange. However, the Decurian was slightly inferior after the exchange of blows. This caused the Decurian to immediately activate the True Yuan in his body and pour it into the 7-foot-long spear in his hand. The True Yuan on the 7-foot-long spear instantly skyrocketed. However, when it came to making a last-minute effort, how could the Decurian compare to Duan Lingtian, who had 99 Saint Veins? With just a thought, the vast Sun True Yuan in Duan Lingtian's body immediately surged into the sword in his hand through the 99 Saint Veins. A crisp sword cry rang in the air. Don't say that I'm bullying you. The True Yuan I'm using now is equivalent to the True Yuan you're using. At the same time, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. The strength of the True Yuan on the sword in his hand was indeed equivalent to the Decurian's long spear. The Decurian was furious when he heard Duan Lingtian's provocative words. He shook his arm, and the 7-foot-long spear moved forward. However, he did not increase the True Yuan on the long spear. As a member of the Black Armored Army, he was an unyielding man. Since Duan Lingtian had already said so, if he continued to use his True Yuan, it would only make him look inferior. Moreover, he could see that the speed at which Duan Lingtian used his True Yuan was much faster than his. Moreover, judging from Duan Lingtian's calm expression, it was obvious he still had a backup plan. The 7-foot-long spear trembled as the spiraling force formed by the True Yuan around it spun at an extremely fast speed. At the very least, the other 9 black armored guards could not see the trajectory of the spiraling force at all. From this, one could see how fast it was spinning. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian still casually pointed his sword at the Decurian. The simple sword move looked like a simple stab to an outsider. At the very least, that was the case in the eyes of the 9 black armored guards. How dare you underestimate the Decurian? You're courting death. You're seeking death. The 9 black armored guards all felt that Duan Lingtian was too careless and would definitely lose. Only the Decurian himself felt threatened by Duan Lingtian's seemingly simple sword move. He felt as if he was being targeted by a sharp aura. At that moment, the Decurian's expression turned solemn. History repeated itself once again. The tip of the sword and the spear collided once again. The True Yuan clashed with each other. If they were only talking about True Yuan, they were indeed evenly matched. However, when the two of them exchanged blows, it was not just a clash of True Yuan. It also contained the profundity of martial arts techniques. The Decurian's Earthen Dragon Drill was derived from the profundity of the second stage of Duan Lingtian's Sovereign Heart Sword. The outcome was beyond the expectations of the 9 black armored guards. Bang! Following a loud bang, the person whom they thought would definitely lose stood motionless in the air. Their Decurian, on the other hand, had been sent flying. His face was pale, and there was a trace of dazzling blood at the corner of his mouth. Sir Decurian. Upon seeing this, horror dawned on the 9 black armored guards. They immediately flew out and stood in front of their Decurian. All of them stared at Duan Lingtian warily as though they were afraid Duan Lingtian would seize the opportunity to attack them. At the same time, their hearts were filled with shock. His opponent's sword move was clearly the simplest direct thrust. How was it possible for it to crush their Decurian's Earthen Dragon Drill with such force? The spear technique, the Earth Dragon Drill, that their Decurian had performed earlier, was an offensive technique from an Earth rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic. Not only that, but their Decurian had already cultivated it to the highest stage. Even then, their Decurian was still defeated. You're very strong. However, no one who dares to make fun of the Azure Cloud Mansion will leave this place alive. The Decurian healed his injuries slightly before he looked at Duan Lingtian with a piercing gaze. With a raise of his hand, a jade token rose into the air before it exploded. A sharp and unpleasant sound resonated in the air immediately. Almost at the same time, the surface of the lake in the distance began to ripple. Boom, 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 boom. One after another, silhouettes riding on wild beasts broke out of the water and surrounded Duan Ling Tian. The people on the backs of these savage beasts were also black armored guards. Meanwhile, high up in the sky where no one was paying attention to, two figures stood behind the clouds, one in front of the other. Their eyes easily pierced through the clouds and looked at the surface of the sea. Lord Mansion Master, is that the young Mansion Master? The old man standing behind was none other than Rong Yuan, Elder Rong. He was also the one who had instigated the conflict below. Naturally, if one were to get to the bottom of it, he was merely acting on orders. Judging from his figure, he seems to be. However, his face isn't. However, the aura on his body is clearly my son's aura. The person standing in front was none other than the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ruffing. This is strange. He didn't disguise himself. Rong Yuan found it strange as well. Whether it was Duan Ruffing or Rong Yuan, they had never heard of a secret tactic that could conceal one's appearance using one's own strength and not be seen through by divine consciousness. Due to this reason, they did not think about it at all. However, this little fellow's strength is not bad. He can be considered as one of the best among the martial cultivators at the peak of the eminent saint stage. I'm afraid there aren't many people below the divine saint stage who's a match for him, Rong Yuan continued to say. Rong Yuan continued. He was not stingy with his compliments. Elder Rong, bring him to the main hall. He must be my son, Duan Lington. Duan Ruffing said to Rong Yuan before disappearing into the sky. It was as though he had never appeared. But there's no sign of disguise on his face. Rong Yuan smiled wryly. He had seen the portrait of his young Mansion Master before. This ordinary-looking young man before him was completely different. Why would his Lord Mansion Master say that this was his young Mansion Master? What Rong Yuan did not know was that Duan Ruffing was Duan Lingtian's father no matter what. Although they had not known each other for a long time, as a powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, he was very sensitive to certain auras. Although Duan Lingtian had changed his face, he was still very confident that this was his son. 3 small teams of black-armored soldiers appeared in the sky above the crouching dragon lake. Together with the original small team, there were a total of 40 people. Ah, Feng Ping, you're actually injured by someone. This is rare. The leader of one of the small teams was also a Decurion. He looked at the Decurion who was injured by Duan Lingtian and laughed. His tone was filled with a hint of gloating. Humph, you can go and try it yourself. Upon hearing this, Feng Ping's expression turned grave as he snorted coldly. Everyone in the other 3 small teams shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. A battle was about to break out. As though a gust of wind had blown past, an old figure appeared before everyone's eyes. When the 40 black-armored soldiers saw this figure, they bowed and greeted him. Elder Rong. The person who appeared was an old man. He nodded his head nonchalantly before he shifted his attention to Duan Lingen. You're the one who wants to see our Lord Mansion Master? Old man, did you not pass my jade box to your Mansion Master? Chapter 1835. Old man? When the 40 black-armored guards heard Duan Lingtian's way of addressing Rong Yuan and his tone that was close to interrogating him, they felt a chill run down their spines. They shuddered even though it was not cold. This fellow actually addressed Elder Rong as old man? Moreover, he even used such an interrogative tone to speak to Elder Rong. Did he have a death wish? In the Azure Cloud Mansion, everyone knew that Rong Yuan was a kind person. However, he was only kind to his own people. In front of his enemies, Rong Yuan was an Azura. In the Debussy subterranean, Rong Yuan was also known as the Smiling Azura. This fellow, he's dead meat. The 40 black-armored guards looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at a dead man. Naturally, I've already passed the jade box to Lord Mansion Master. If you don't believe me, you can ask him yourself when you meet him later. Rong Yuan still could not believe the young man before him was his young Mansion Master. Due to this reason, Although he did not fly into a rage because of the other party's rudeness, he did not bow to him because he thought the other party might be his young mansion master. He would have to wait until he had confirmed everything. Upon hearing Rong Yuan's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. Based on this old fellow's words, he could finally meet the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? The 40 black armored guards who were prepared to watch a good show were dumbfounded. Not only did the person whom they thought was going to be in trouble, not only did he not suffer, but he even had a chance to meet Lord Mansion Master. They could not accept the sudden turn of events. When they saw Rong Yuan bringing Duan Lingtian away, the scene fell silent for a moment before it burst into an uproar again. Heavens! What's going on? Who's that guy? Not only was Elder Rong not angry when he addressed Elder Rong as old man, but he even brought him to meet Lord Mansion Master. Even our Lord Decurion has never met Lord Mansion Master before. Don't tell me that fellow has something to do with Lord Mansion Master? The 3 small teams of black armored guards who had just arrived discussed among themselves. Their hearts were filled with confusion and confusion. However, their eyes soon landed on the 10 people in the Hei Army's small team led by Decurion Feng Ping. Feng Ping, what's going on? Exactly. King released an emergency rescue signal, and I thought it was an enemy invasion. In the end, that person seems to be Lord Manorhead's guest. If Lord Manorhead pursues this matter, I won't let you off. Francis, who is that young man? Elder Rong seems to be very polite to him. The other Decurions of the other 3 squads asked Francis one after another. Their expressions were not very good. How could it be pretty? Although they did not do anything out of line to that person, when Elder Rong appeared, they happened to be surrounding him and were caught red-handed by him. According to Elder Rong, the other party could even meet their mansion master. Could they afford to offend such a person? In fact, when he saw how courteous Elder Rong was to that young man, Francis was also somewhat dumbfounded. Because the reason why he attacked the other party was also because of Elder Rong's instructions. According to Elder Rong's words, that young man was a swindler. However, judging from Elder Rong's attitude earlier, the other party seemed to really be acquainted with their prefecture lord. Are you sure you didn't exaggerate what you said earlier? Soon after, Francis looked at the black armored guard who brought the Duan Lingtian's token and asked in a deep voice. Lord Decurion, even if I had the guts, I wouldn't dare to joke about this matter. The black armored guard who was being stared at by Francis felt wronged. If he could turn back time, he would definitely reject the mission given to him by the Decurion. Whoever was willing to bring that person's token to the mansion master was free to do so. In any case, he would not go. Francis believed the black armored guard's words. After all, he was one of his subordinates, and they had known each other for many years. Due to this reason, Francis felt wronged when faced with the other 3 Decurions' questions. However, he still told the other 3 Decurions everything that had happened. That person is here to meet Lord Mansion Master? He even brought a token with him? Elder Rong said Lord Mansion Master doesn't recognize the token. Is that person a swindler? Are you sure Elder Rong said he's a swindler? If he's a swindler, why would Elder Rong personally bring him to meet Lord Mansion Master? The expressions of the 3 Decurions turned even graver. Since that person brought a token to meet the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, he must have a close relationship with the Mansion Master. How could they surround such a person? At once, they felt chills running down their spines as they broke out in cold sweat. That's the truth. Don't worry, I'm the one who made a move. If anything happens, I, Francis, will bear all the consequences. Francis said to the other 3 Decurions. You'll bear all the consequences? Can you bear all the consequences? How unlucky. The Decurion who had mocked Francis as soon as he appeared sneered before he left with his men. The other 2 Decurions looked at Francis deeply before they left with their men as well. At this moment, only the Decurion, Francis, and the small team of black armored guards were left at the scene. Lord Decurion, I really didn't exaggerate or lie. I'm willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath. The black armored guard who brought Duan Lingtian's token to the mansion master immediately swore on the lightning penalty oath when he saw Francis' expression turning grave. Boom, boom, boom. 9 claps of thunder reverberated in the air as the lightning penalty oath was fulfilled. The black armored guard used his oath to prove that he was not lying. "What are you doing?" Francis' expression changed as he glared at the black armored guard who swore on the lightning penalty oath. "You're my man. How can I not trust you? You swore on the lightning penalty oath in front of me. You're slapping me in the face. Do you understand?" "Lord Decurion, The black armored guard had a guilty expression on his face. "Enough. All of you don't have to think too much about this matter. We didn't do anything wrong, so we're not afraid of being punished," Francis said as he waved his hand. Following that, he brought the group of people back to the Crouching Dragon Lake. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian followed behind Rongyuan as they made their way to the depths of the Crouching Dragon Lake. There were many vast islands in the depths of the Crouching Dragon Lake. The islands were shrouded in fog. If one was not close enough, one would not be able to see what was behind the fog. However, Rongyuan did not bring Duan Lingtian to any of the islands in front of him. After Rongyuan brought Duan Lingtian to the sky above the islands, the ground beneath his feet trembled slightly as he rose up into the sky like a rocket. Duan Lingtian followed suit and rose up into the sky as well. After passing through the clouds, he finally saw a huge island hovering in the sky. The island hovering in the sky was shrouded in clouds and mist. It was like a jade palace in a celestial paradise. It was visually stunning. Compared to the main mansion of the mystical sky mansion, this island was undoubtedly much bigger. Elder Rong. Along the way, Duan Lingtian could see many black armored guards hiding in the dark. They bowed respectfully at Rongyuan, who was leading the way. Some of the black armored guards had a hint of surprise and confusion in their eyes when they looked at him. This old man seems to have quite a high position in the Azure Cloud Mansion. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he thought to himself, "No wonder those black armored guards looked at me as though they were looking at a dead person when I called him old man and questioned him. However, what does he mean by that? He said I'm a liar and wants to bring me to see the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion." Although Duan Lingtian was 100% certain the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was his cheapskate father, he could not help but feel puzzled. Do you think there's any disguising technique in this world that can hide from the detection of one's divine consciousness? Rongyuan finally spoke when they arrived at the floating island. He did not turn around. It was as though he was talking to the air or to Duan Lingtian. "There's nothing too strange in this world," Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. His tone was calm, completely ignoring Rongyuan's probing. Rongyuan no longer said anything as he brought Duan Lingtian deeper into the floating island. In the end, they arrived at the central area of the floating island. This area was even more heavily guarded. Black armored guards could be seen patrolling everywhere. Soon after, a standalone palace appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. This palace was located in the central area of the floating island. It occupied a vast area. From afar, it looked as though a gigantic beast was crouching there. This was the central main hall of the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. The floating island that Duan Lingtian was currently on was the main mansion of the Azure Cloud Mansion. The door of the central main hall was tightly shut. After Rongyuan brought Duan Lingtian to the entrance, he said respectfully, "Lord Mansion Master, I've brought him here." Upon hearing Rongyuan's words, Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened immediately. He stared at the door of the central main hall intently. He couldn't wait to kick the door open and see what kind of people were inside. At the same time, he was also looking forward to hearing the voice that would come from inside. Although he had not spent a long time with his cheapskate father, he still remembered his cheapskate father's voice. "Come in." At the same time, a majestic voice resonated from inside. Although the voice sounded majestic, Duan Lingtian could tell it was his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng's voice. At this moment, he finally felt relieved. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was indeed his cheapskate father. No matter how certain he was that his cheapskate father was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, it was not as convincing as hearing this voice. Rumble. As the voice resonated from inside, the thick and heavy doors of the central main hall slowly opened to both sides, revealing everything inside to Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw 3 people standing inside. The person standing in the middle was none other than his cheapskate father, Duan Ruffing. At this moment, Duan Ruffing was looking at him with a smile on his face. Duan Ruffing was hugging a cute little boy in his arms. The little boy was looking at him with his big watery eyes. Chapter 1836. When he saw the 2 women standing next to Duan Ruffing, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened, and his body began to tremble violently from the excitement. Li Ro, his mother, Li Fei, his fiancée. These 2 women were 2 of the most important women in his life. However, Duan Lingtian soon discovered that no matter if it was his mother, Li Ro, or his fiancée, Li Fei, their eyes were filled with hesitation when they looked at him. They did not seem to be overjoyed at reuniting with him after such a long time. I almost forgot. I haven't changed back to my original appearance. At the same time, Duan Lingtian finally remembered that he had changed his appearance and was not his original appearance. It was no wonder that his mother and fiancée were hesitating. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian moved. In the next moment, it was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind that blew in front of Duan Ruffing and the others. When Duan Lingtian regained his footing, the muscles on his face began to tremble. It was only when he had completely calmed down that he regained his original appearance. Mother! After regaining his original appearance, Duan Lingtian knelt in front of Li Ro with a thud sound. He had a guilty expression on his face. As a son, not only was he unable to be by his parents' side, but he had also disappeared for many years. He was unfilial. Of course, it was only in front of his mother, Li Ro, that he would feel guilty. This was because Li Ro had sacrificed too much for him. This was something that his cheap father, Duan Ruffing, could not compare to. Mother isn't dreaming, right? When she saw Duan Lingtian revealing his true appearance, the hesitation in Li Ro's eyes disappeared and was replaced with excitement. At the same time, she helped Duan Lingtian up and hugged Duan Lingtian tightly with both hands. She did not let go for a long time. It was as if she was deeply afraid that if she let go, her son would leave her again. Unknowingly, 2 lines of tears fell from Li Ro's face. Those were tears of excitement. Mother, you're not dreaming. It's me. Duan Lingtian's eyes were also wet. He hugged his mother tightly, and his heart was unprecedentedly calm. His mother's embrace was like a harbor, calming his heart in an instant. Scoundrel! A familiar and pleasant voice sounded, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. Unknowingly, a person had appeared beside him. It was his fiancée, Li Fei. Although Li Ro was reluctant to let go of her son, she knew that the rest of the time should be given to the young couple. Therefore, she simply let go of Duan Lingtian and signaled to Duan Ruffing with her eyes, letting Duan Ruffing carry the little boy and walk out of the hall with her. When Elder Rong saw this, he naturally followed them out. The central hall suddenly became Duan Lingtian and Li Fei's 2-person world. Outside the hall, the little boy in Duan Ruffing's arms blinked his big eyes as he looked at Li Ro and asked, "Grandmother, is he the amazing father that mother always tells me about?" "That's right. Nina, he's your father. When he comes out later, remember to call him father, okay?" Li Ro said with a smile as she reached out and patted the little boy's little head. The little boy nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you, grandmother." That boy. He didn't even greet me, his father, and he's already in a hurry to date Fei. What an unfilial son. Duan Ruffing scolded with a smile. There was no lack of jealousy in his tone. "Isn't it because you left for so many years? Otherwise, why would Tian treat you like this?" Li Ro said snappily. When Duan Ruffing heard this, he immediately shut his mouth. This was because he knew that if he continued to speak, he would be in the wrong. He also knew that he was in the wrong. After all, he had left for so many years, and there was no news of him at all. In fact, he was just casually saying that earlier. He was not really unhappy because of this. Lord Mansion Master, the young Mansion Master's disguise technique is really brilliant. When Rong Yuan saw that Duan Ruffing and his wife had stopped speaking, his tone was filled with emotion. This. Even my divine consciousness can't detect that he's in disguise. I wonder where he learned this disguise technique from. It's actually so brilliant. Duan Ruffing deeply agreed with Rong Yuan's words. No matter what, he was also a great evil in the Debussyi subterranean. However, he had never seen or heard of Duan Lingtian's disguise technique before. It seems like Tian'e has indeed had a fortuitous encounter all these years. Young Mansion Master is so young, but he already has a cultivation base at the peak of the eminent saint stage. How amazing! Rong Yuan sighed emotionally. The peak of the eminent saint stage? Upon hearing Rong Yuan's words, Duan Ruffing shook his head. His expression turned solemn as though he had a lot on his mind. If he did not remember wrongly, the 5-year agreement he made with the Dragon Clan would be up in 10 months. At that time, his son would have to fight with the dragon's 5-clawed golden dragon. If he won, he would have the opportunity to enter the dragon's dragon cleansing pool. He had made these arrangements according to the Oracle Man's instructions. However, it was only 10 months away from the 5-year pact, and his son was only at the peak of the eminent saint stage. It would be impossible for him to defeat Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon, in 10 months. Even if Diju did not make any progress in the past 5 years, he was still at the peak of the divine saint stage. Would a powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage fight with a powerhouse at the peak of the divine saint stage in 10 months? Moreover, after 5 years, it was very likely that Diju had made a breakthrough to the exemplary saint stage. Is it possible for Tian'e to win? If this was before he reunited with his son, Duan Lingtian, Duan Ruffing would not have such doubts due to his trust in the Oracle Man. However, now that he had reunited with his son and learned that his son was only at the peak of the eminent saint stage, he could not help but have such doubts in his mind. In the main hall, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei were hugging each other. Neither of them spoke as they hugged each other quietly. At this moment, both of them seemed to have merged into one, and there was no longer any distinction between them. As he hugged Li Fei, Duan Lingtian wished this moment would last forever. There were no worries and no worries. Just like that, he quietly hugged the person he loved until the end of time, until the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled. However, he knew this was destined to be an extravagant wish. He still had many things that he had to do. On the other hand, Li Fei hugged Duan Lingtian. Her feelings were similar to Duan Lingtian's. How she wished she could hug her man like this forever. She did not want to think about anything and just hugged him quietly until the end of time. Finally, after about half an hour, Duan Lingtian spoke first. "Little Fei, is the boy father is carrying our child?" Li Fei nodded with a smile. "He's called Nian Tian. He's our son." Nian Tian. Upon hearing his son's name, Duan Lingtian's heart could not help but tremble. At the same time, he hugged Li Fei even tighter. Naturally, he knew what his son's name meant. If Sister Kerr and her child are safe, her child must be as old as Nian. I wonder if it's a boy or a girl. Li Fei's voice trembled slightly when she mentioned Kerr. She had long regarded that kind-hearted woman as her sister. They'll definitely be safe. They'll definitely be safe. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as he said with certainty. He did not want anything to happen to his woman and his child. After coming to the Azure Cloud Mansion and reuniting with his family, he had fulfilled one of his wishes in the lower province. It was time for him to go to the upper province to look for Kerr. After cuddling with Li Fei for a while, Li Fei slowly pushed Duan Lingtian away. "Scoundrel! Shouldn't you go and greet father? I know you're still holding a grudge over the fact that father left you and your son for so many years. However, he's still your father after all. Moreover, he's been very good to Nian all these years. He's so good that even I, as his mother, feel ashamed of myself. I know. He must be trying to make it up to you. That's why he gave Nian the love and care that he couldn't give you in time back then." Li Fei said softly. She was a smart woman. She knew that she could only give advice on these matters and not make decisions for her man. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded before he left the main hall with Li Fei. "Father, I've troubled little Fei and Yen during this period of time," Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Duan Ruffing. "Remember that I'm your father. Your matters are nothing to me. Moreover, is my daughter-in-law, and Nyen is my grandson. It's only right for me to take care of them. Duan Ruffing said as he shook his head. However, I really didn't expect father to be the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Lingtian still could not accept this. It's quite a coincidence. If you're willing to listen, I'll tell you about it later. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you that I'm able to become the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Ruffing said as he looked at Duan Lingtian deeply. Me? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. He did not know what his father meant. There's no need to rush. I'll tell you about it later. Duan Ruffing shook his head before he looked at the little boy in his arms and said with a smile, Nyen, have you forgotten what grandmother told you earlier? Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian with his big watery eyes. He was not afraid of strangers at all. Instead, he studied Duan Lingtian from head to toe before he finally said, You're my father? The amazing father that mother mentioned? Amazing father? Upon hearing Duan Yentian's words, everyone including Duan Lingtian laughed. Duan Lingtian carried Duan Yentian and said with a smile, That's right. I'm your amazing father. You're called Nyen, right? My name is Duan Yentian. Nyen is just my nickname. Duan Yentian looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression as he corrected him. His serious expression made Duan Lingtian laugh. He felt warm in his heart. It was a wonderful feeling. I, Duan Lingtian, have a son as well. Chapter 1837. In the next few days, apart from spending some time with his mother, Li Ro, every morning, Duan Lingtian spent the rest of his time with his wife and son. With Duan Lingtian in his arms and Li Fei by his side, sometimes, Duan Lingtian felt he was the happiest person in the world. Naturally, it would be even better if Kerr and their child were here as well. Currently, I've already found father, mother, and little Fei. The only regret I have in the Debussy subterranean is that I didn't manage to find Tian Wu. Logically speaking, if Tian Wu is still in the lower province and is not in closed-door cultivation, she should have heard about the genius martial cultivator, Ling Tian, appearing in the mystical sky mansion. At the very least, she should have come to the mystical sky mansion to confirm if it's me or not. However, there's still no news from her. Although Duan Lingtian had already decided to go to the upper province to look for Kerr and their child, he still could not let go of Feng Tianwu. He discovered that although he and Tianwu were not husband and wife yet, and there was no love between them, the concern he had for Tianwu was not inferior to the concern he had for Kerr. In the past, he was only touched by Tianwu's sacrifice for him. However, at this moment, it had all turned into love. It's time to look for father and tell him. When Duan Lingtian remembered Tianwu might still be in the lower province, he spent some time with his wife and son before he went to look for his father, Duan Ruffing. Father, I'd like to ask you to help me look for someone. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush when he saw Duan Ruffing. Oh, who is it? Duan Ruffing asked. Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian replied. Tianwu? I've heard Fei mention that girl before. She's a good girl who's loyal and affectionate. Moreover, she didn't hesitate to sacrifice her life for you. However, as far as I know, the two of you were separated in the mortal continent. Could it be that you still haven't found her until now? Duan Ruffing had heard Li Fei mention Feng Tianwu before, so when he heard this name, he immediately reacted. I found her in the sixth-rate Saint Nation, Windfall Nation, in the Debussy subterranean. However, after the Devil Seal tablet was exposed, I left Windfall Nation. And because she was worried about my safety, she followed me and came looking for me. At this point, Duan Lingtian's expression was heavy. After that, I made a trip back to the Windfall Nation, but she did not return to the Windfall Nation. Even until now, I still don't have any news about her. Duan Lingtian said with a heavy heart. What an infatuated girl, Duan Ruffing sighed. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and said, There are things you should and shouldn't do in this world. This phone girl is so devoted to you, so you must not let her down. In this world where the strong are revered and the weak are prey to the strong, it's not easy to meet someone who's willing to sacrifice so much for you. Father, I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since the day he decided to accept Feng Tianwu, he had already decided to have a happy ending with Feng Tianwu. He would never let her down in this life. But draw a portrait of Feng girl. I'll pass down the order and ask all the Azure Cloud Mansion's bases to search for her. Duan Ruffing said again. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian immediately drew a portrait of Feng Tianwu. His understanding of Feng Tianwu was in no way inferior to his understanding of Ke and Li Fei. Due to this reason, not only did the portrait of Feng Tianwu look exactly the same, but even the expression between her brows and the aura she exuded was no different from the real person. Duan Ruffing could not help but shake his head and sigh as he looked at the portrait in his hand. I really don't know where you get your charm from. Such an outstanding woman is actually so devoted to you that she's even willing to give up her life for you. You're much better than your father in this regard. When he heard the first half of Duan Rufeng's words, Duan Lingtian did not think much of it. However, when he heard the second half of his father's sentence, he could hear a hint of jealousy in his father's voice. He could not help but feel amused. Father, don't tell me you're looking for another confidant? Do you want me to tell Mother so she can help you look for one? Duan Lingtian chuckled as he asked. Are you looking for a beating? When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Duan Rufeng's expression changed slightly. He then glared at Duan Lingtian. After a while, he coughed lightly. I was just kidding. There's no need to tell your mother about this. What do you mean there's no need to tell me? What's the matter? Just as Duan Rufeng's words left his mouth, Li Ro came in without him noticing. As soon as she entered the room, she heard Duan Rufeng's last sentence. She immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. When Duan Lingtian saw his cheapskate father looking at him nervously, he found it funny. However, he did not expose him. Mother, it's nothing. I just asked father to help me look for Tianwu. He felt that there was no need to tell you about this so you wouldn't worry. Why can't you tell me about this? I also like that girl, Tianwu. It's rare to see such a loyal girl nowadays. Li Ro had heard about Feng Tianwu from Li Fei a long time ago. She had also asked Duan Lingtian about it recently. She also liked Feng Tianwu very much. In this world, the men she cared about the most were her husband, Duan Ruffing, and her son, Duan Lingtian. She was also willing to sacrifice her life for her husband and son. For this reason, she liked the woman who was also willing to sacrifice herself for her son from the bottom of her heart. This is Tianwu? Soon after, Li Ro also saw the portrait in Duan Rufeng's hand. Her eyes were instantly attracted by the woman in the portrait. After a long while, she could not help but praise, "What a devastatingly beautiful woman. She's so beautiful. If she gives birth to a granddaughter for me, I'm sure she'll also be a devastatingly beautiful woman when she grows up." After having a grandson, Li Ro also wanted a granddaughter very much. Although she knew Ke was also pregnant with her son's child, she was not sure if it was a grandson or a granddaughter. Upon hearing Li Ro's words, Duan Lingtian felt a little awkward. They had not even found her yet. However, since the old lady was happy, he did not say anything. You asked your father to help you look for Tianwu? Are you planning to go to the upper province? Li Ro asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, I'll probably stay in the lower province for a while. I'll only go to the upper province after I've made a breakthrough in my cultivation base. Before he went to the upper province, he would have to temper the golden crow's wings to the second form and break through to the early eminent saint stage. At that time, not only would his strength be comparable to an early divine saint stage powerhouse, but he would also be able to officially cultivate and master all kinds of divine abilities. Apart from the golden crow's wings, he also had 3 other divine abilities with extraordinary power. They were the elementary devouring tactic, the otherworldly celestial, and the 6 harmonies golden body. Offensive divine ability, defensive divine ability, movement divine ability, and assistive divine ability. He had everything. Naturally, the defensive divine ability, the 6 harmonies golden body, was a medium-grade divine ability. I'll just make do with it for now. If I can find a more advanced defensive divine ability in the future, I'll change it. If other people heard the words in Duan Lingtian's heart, they would be so angry that they would throw up 3 liters of blood. Other people would be overjoyed for a long time if they managed to obtain a medium-grade divine ability. However, Duan Lingtian was different. He had to make do with the medium-grade divine ability and was ready to change it at any time. Although Duan Lingtian said so, Li Ro could feel that her son would not be staying in the lower province for long. The reluctance in her eyes intensified. If it was possible, she wished that her son could stay by her side. However, she knew that was destined to be an extravagant wish. Her son, a 7-foot-tall man, had his own responsibilities and things that he had to do. Ro, you can leave first? I have something to say to Tian'er in private. Duan Ruffing said as he looked at Li Ro. Upon hearing her husband's words, Li Ro knew what her husband was going to say to her son was something she did not want to hear. Due to this reason, she turned around and left directly. She knew that her son was going to take a risk again. This was the only reason why her husband would ask her to leave temporarily. It was because he did not want her to worry. Father, what do you have to say that even mother can't listen to? Duan Lingtian frowned. What your mother hates the most is for you to take a risk. What I'm going to say next is something that will make you take a risk. Duan Ruffing sighed. What is it? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Do you still remember the 5-clawed golden dragon that went to the half-moon island that you occupied and massacred and destroyed your Lingtian sect? Duan Ruffing asked. Ju. Upon hearing Duan Ruffing's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. Waves of killing intent could not help but emanate from his body. Although it had been a long time since that incident, he still could not let go of that incident. So many people from his Lingtian sect had died in Ju's hands. He had always remembered this enmity in his heart, and he had never forgotten it. Moreover, many times in the middle of the night, he would dream of many familiar faces from the past asking him to kill Ju to avenge them. That's right. It's that Ju. Duan Ruffing nodded. Then, he told Duan Lingtian about how he had gone to the dragon sect and made the 5-year pact with the dragons. The 5-year pact will be up in 10 months. At that time, you'll have to fight with Ju for the chance to enter the dragon cleansing pool. Dragon cleansing pool? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. This was his first time hearing about the dragon cleansing pool. The dragon cleansing pool is the holy land of the dragons in the lower province. It opens once every 5,000 years. It contains the heaven and earth essence that has been nurtured by the dragon cleansing pool for 5,000 years. Any young dragon who enters it will be able to obtain a monstrous improvement. Chapter 1838. The dragons were one of the quasi-third-rate forces in the Debussyi subterranean. Duan Lingtian had learned about this when he was still in the mystical sky mansion. At the same time, he also knew that Ju, the 5-clawed golden dragon who annihilated his Lingtian sect, was the successor of the dragon's clan leader. Currently, there were only 2 5-clawed golden dragons. One of them was the current clan leader of the dragons while the other one was Ju. Ju was also widely acknowledged as the successor of the dragon's clan leader. When Duan Lingtian learned about this, he also knew that if he wanted to avenge the high-ranking officials and disciples of Lingtian sect who had died, he would have to face the entire dragons. This was because Ju was a 5-clawed golden dragon. All the dragons would risk their lives to protect him. At that time, Duan Lingtian knew he would have to wait for some time before he could avenge the high-ranking officials and disciples of Lingtian sect. At the very least, he would have to raise his strength to the point where he could fight the entire dragons. 5-year pact, the dragon cleansing pool, Ju. Currently, Duan Lingtian had learned from his father that his father had made a 5-year pact with the dragons for him. As long as he could defeat Ju 10 months later, he would be able to enter the dragon's dragon cleansing pool. As the saint land of the dragons, the dragon cleansing pool was also an amazing place. At the very least, it was not something the mystical sky mansion spirit pool could compare to. After all, the few spirit pools in the mystical sky mansion would open once in a while. The dragon cleansing pool, on the other hand, would only open once every 5,000 years. What kind of concept was 5,000 years? 5,000 years was equivalent to an ordinary person's lifespan of 50 lifetimes. Based on the fact that the dragon cleansing pool would be passed down every 30 years, it could even pass down 10,000 generations. The dragon cleansing pool had existed for 5,000 years and gathered the heaven and earth spirit energy to help the young dragon soar. Father, do you mean if the current clan leader of the dragons had entered the dragon cleansing pool, the status of the dragons in the lower province would be on par with the Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountain Shade Black Market? Is the dragon cleansing pool really that miraculous? Hearing Duan Rufeng's words, Duan Lingtian was greatly surprised. It's that magical. Duan Rufeng nodded affirmatively. You should know that before this generation of dragons ascended to the position of clan leader, the dragons at that time were in no way inferior to the Mountain Shade Black Market in terms of strength, even though the dragons were in seclusion. At that time, even the Mountain Shade Black Market did not dare to provoke the dragons. As for now, whether it's the Mountain Shade Black Market or our Azure Cloud Mansion, it's not impossible for us to annihilate the dragons even though it'll take a lot of effort. Naturally, unless there's some irreconcilable enmity between us, we won't really annihilate the dragons. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, not only are there dragons in the lower province, but there are also dragons in the upper province as well. The dragons in the upper province are the truly terrifying existences. If we annihilate the dragons in the lower province, the dragons in the upper province will definitely know about it. At that time, it'll be difficult for us to escape death as well. Duan Rufeng continued. After saying so much, there were only 2 points that he wanted to express. First, the dragon cleansing pool was not simple. It could affect the rise and fall of the dragons in the lower province. Second, the dragons in the lower province had an extraordinary background. The dragons in the upper province were their backers. How powerful are the dragons in the upper province? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. I don't know exactly how powerful they are. However, I heard from the watcher in charge of the lower province that if it's not necessary, even the 3 great sects in the upper province wouldn't recklessly offend the dragons in the upper province. Duan Rufeng said in one breath. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. So powerful? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Naturally, he knew what the 3 great sects in the upper province meant. According to the information he currently possessed, the 3 great sects were the 3 greatest forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land before it was divided into the upper province and the lower province. They were the top forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land. After the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into 2, the powerful forces led by the 3 great sects went to the upper province. In the upper province, not only did the 3 great sects successfully pass down their legacy, but they even continued to write the legends of the past and became the 3 most powerful forces in the upper province. The reason Duan Lingtian knew so much about the 3 great sects was because he wanted to know more about them. His fiancée, Ker, was taken away by one of the 3 great sects, the Zoroastrianism. If Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon, obtains the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool, he'll definitely be able to lead the dragons to a new era when he grows stronger in the future. At that time, even our Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountain Shade Black Market won't be able to suppress him. Duan Rufeng said solemnly. I think, whether it's to avenge the high-ranking officials and disciples of the Ling Tian sect or for the benefits of the dragon cleansing pool, I'm sure you don't want Diju to enter the dragon cleansing pool. Duan Rufeng said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed, he did not want Diju to enter the dragon cleansing pool from the bottom of his heart. Father, according to what you said earlier, those who entered the dragon cleansing pool in the past were all young dragons. Is there a precedent of humans entering the dragon cleansing pool? Duan Lingtian asked immediately when he suddenly thought of this. As far as I know, there's no precedent of humans entering the dragon cleansing pool. Naturally, what I know is only from a period of time ago. I don't know if humans have entered the dragon cleansing pool before that as well. Duan Rufeng replied. Then, does this mean nobody can be sure if humans will be able to obtain the same benefits as young dragons if they enter the dragon cleansing pool? Duan Lingtian asked again. That's right. This time, Duan Rufeng hesitated for a moment before he nodded in the end. However, regardless of whether humans will be able to obtain any benefits from entering the dragon cleansing pool, if you're able to snatch the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool, it'll be equivalent to cutting off the 5-clawed golden dragon, Deju's path of advancement. All in all, if you're able to defeat Deju in this 5-year pact and obtain the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool, regardless of whether you'll be able to obtain any benefits from it or not, it'll still be beneficial to you. Duan Ruffing said. Indeed. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled faintly. It seems like there's no way I can avoid this 5-year pact. However, Father, how did you come up with this 5-year pact? Do you have so much confidence in me? Duan Lingtian changed the topic and looked at Duan Ruffing curiously. Of course, don't you know whose son you are? Although Duan Ruffing felt a little guilty, he was still very stubborn. To be honest, let alone the past, even now, he still did not have any confidence in his son. Currently, there were only 10 months left until the 5-year pact, but his son's cultivation base was still at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Although it was rare for his son to have such a cultivation base at his age, he was still lacking compared to Deju. In fact, when he had made the 5-year pact with the dragons, Deju was already at the peak of the divine saint stage. After 5 years, he might have already broken through to the exemplary saint stage. Right now, I can only hope that Senior Prophet isn't speaking without thinking. After all, he's the one who asked me to bring up this 5-year pact to the dragons. However, is Senior Prophet so confident in Tian, or that he's not worried he's not a match for Deju at all? Naturally, these were the words that Duan Ruffing thought to himself. Due to the fact that the Oracle Man had instructed him beforehand, he did not mention the matter about the Oracle Man to Duan Lingtian. What's Deju's cultivation base? Although Duan Lingtian had interacted with Deju before, due to his low cultivation base, he could not tell what Deju's cultivation base was at all. However, he knew Deju's cultivation base was definitely not low. At the very least, it was definitely not below the divine saint stage. When I made the 5-year pact with the dragons, he was at the peak of the divine saint stage. Duan Ruffing replied. Back then? The peak of the divine saint stage? Upon hearing Duan Ruffing's words, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched violently. Although he had already guessed Deju's cultivation base was not below the divine saint stage, he did not expect it to be at the peak of the divine saint stage. A powerhouse at the peak of the divine saint stage would be considered a top powerhouse in any quasi-third-rate force. I can't believe Deju, who I tricked back then, actually has such a terrifying cultivation base. When Duan Lingtian recalled how he had tricked Deju into entering the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and seized the opportunity to escape, he could not help but feel a lingering fear in his heart. As it turned out, Deju was actually a powerhouse at the peak of the divine saint stage. Since Deju's cultivation base is at the peak of the divine saint stage, then how high is the cultivation base of that Chi Mei who took her away? Someone who could make Deju afraid must be even more powerful than him. Exemplary saint stage? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but gasp inwardly. That Chi Mei claimed to be Ke's older sister, which meant that she was about the same age as Ke. Her cultivation base had already entered the exemplary saint stage at such a young age? Are all the people from the upper provinces Zoroastrianism so terrifying? Duan Lingtian did not know when he discovered his heart was beating so fast. He was completely shocked by Chi Mei's innate talent. Compared to Chi Mei, even the best young geniuses in the lower province were nothing but trash. Chi Mei, a young disciple from the Zoroastrianism, has such a terrifying strength. How terrifying are the high-ranking officials in the Zoroastrianism? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his heart sank. The reason he wanted to go to the upper province was to rescue his wife and child so that they could escape from the evil clutches of Zoroastrianism. At this moment, he finally realized how powerful Zoroastrianism was. It had completely exceeded his imagination. At this moment, the pressure Duan Lingtian felt was unprecedentedly great. Tian, if you don't have the confidence, you don't have to fulfill the 5-year promise. When Duan Ruffing saw the grave expression on Duan Lingtian's face, he thought he was shocked after hearing about Deju's cultivation base. Chapter 1839. After all, Diju, the five-clawed golden dragon, had lived for many years, but how old was his son? When Duan Ruffing discovered Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the peak of the eminent saint stage, he had already thought of persuading Duan Lingtian not to fulfill the 5-year promise. This was because the disparity between Duan Lingtian and Diju's cultivation base was too big. When he mentioned the 5-year promise to Duan Lingtian earlier, Duan Ruffing was merely following the oracle man's instructions. If his son did not want to fulfill the 5-year promise, he would not force him at all. Not only that, but deep in his heart he did not want his son to fulfill the 5-year promise. This was because if his son fought with Diju and Diju had already broken through to the exemplary saint stage, he would not be able to guarantee his son's safety even if he was by his side. If something happened to his son, let alone his wife who would blame him, he would not be able to forgive himself. Father, it's not that I don't want to fulfill the 5-year promise. Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's words, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He knew his father had misunderstood him, so he quickly said, I was just thinking about something else earlier. As for the 5-year promise, I'll fulfill it. Put aside the fact that Diju is at the peak of the divine saint stage, even if he has broken through to the exemplary saint stage, I'll still fulfill it. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes shone with determination. You're only at the peak of the eminent saint stage now. Duan Ruffing shook his head. With only 10 months, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for you to raise your cultivation base to the point where you can fight with Diju, let alone defeat him. Father, weren't you very confident in me earlier? Why did you suddenly change? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly bewildered when he saw Duan Rufeng's attitude suddenly take a 180-degree turn. He felt that his father's change was too quick, and it caused him to be slightly unaccustomed to it. When Duan Ruffing heard this, he naturally felt a little awkward. He had confidence in Duan Lingtian because he trusted the oracle man. However, after seeing the ugly expression on Duan Lingtian's face, his trust in the oracle man was shaken again. That was why his attitude changed so quickly. Tian, are you really confident? Duan Ruffing asked with a serious face. This is not a joke. If we are not careful, we may be doomed eternally. Don't worry, father. Duan Lingtian gave Duan Ruffing a reassuring look, exuding a strong sense of confidence. 10 months later, he had already tempered the golden crow's wings to the 2nd form, and his cultivation base had successfully broken through to the early eminent saint stage. Moreover, with the help of the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he had a chance to break through to the intermediate eminent saint stage. Once he entered the intermediate eminent saint stage, his strength would be comparable to an intermediate divine saint stage powerhouse. At the very least, the Sun true origin in his body would not be any weaker than the energy in an intermediate divine saint stage powerhouse's body. Apart from that, he could also comprehend the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, during this period of time. He had witnessed the power of the elementary devouring tactic with his own eyes. He still remembered the last trial in the divine ability relic where he obtained the elementary devouring tactic. The old man's cultivation base was maintained at the early refined saint stage. With the help of the elementary devouring tactic, his strength was comparable to the peak of the refined saint stage. Although it did not last long, it was enough. If I can comprehend the elementary devouring tactic, even if I'm only at the early eminent saint stage and my strength is only comparable to an early divine saint stage powerhouse after 10 months, I'll be able to display the strength at the peak of the divine saint stage for a short period of time with the help of the elementary devouring tactic. If I can break through to the intermediate eminent saint stage in 10 months, I might be able to fight Diju even if he has broken through to the early exemplary saint stage with the help of the elementary devouring tactic. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he was filled with confidence. Apart from that, I still have the divine ability, the golden crow's wings. As long as I break through to the early eminent saint stage, I'll be able to master the golden crow's wings. With the 2nd form of the golden crow's wings and the elementary devouring tactic, I might be able to fight Diju even if I'm only at the early eminent saint stage. Moreover, even without the divine ability, Duan Lingtian was not afraid of Diju at all. The biggest reliance he had was the Celestial Sword's supreme treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. He knew very well how powerful the Jasper Celestial Sword was. Putting aside the distant incidents, just recently, he had used the Jasper Celestial Sword to block the full-force attack of a Mastery Divine Saint Stage Devil Cultivator. Although he had nearly exhausted all of the Sun True Origin in his body, he only had about 60% of the Sun True Origin left in his body at the time. Before that, when he used the Demon Sealing Tombstone, it greedily absorbed a portion of the Sun True Origin in his body. The activation of the Devil Seal tablet required the support of the True Origin as well. With my current Sun True Origin that's comparable to the True Origin of a powerhouse at the peak of the Eminent Saint stage, I might even be able to kill a powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Saint stage with the help of the Jasper Celestial Sword. If I break through to the early Eminent Saint stage, the Sun True Origin will transform as well. At that time, I might even be able to kill a powerhouse at the early Exemplary Saint stage after exhausting all the Sun True Origin in my body. Naturally, the Jasper Celestial Sword was Duan Lingtian's biggest trump card. He would not use it unless he had no other choice. Moreover, if he used the Jasper Celestial Sword right from the beginning, it would hinder his cultivation. If he relied too much on the Jasper Celestial Sword, it would only harm his cultivation in the future. Due to this reason, he would not use the Jasper Celestial Sword unless it was absolutely necessary. Although I don't know where you get your confidence from, I still believe in you. In the next 10 months, if you need anything, just let me know. All the resources in the Azure Cloud Mansion will be available to you unconditionally. Duan Ruffing said to Duan Lingtian. In the end, he was influenced by Duan Lingtian's confidence and chose to believe in Duan Lingtian. Father, I don't need anything else. However, I'd like you to help me look for some materials. When Duan Lingtian found out his cheapskate father was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, he had thought of asking his father to help him look for the materials he needed to repair the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. With the Azure Cloud Mansion's influence in the lower province, it would be more efficient than the Mystical Sky Mansion to look for the materials. What materials? Duan Ruffing asked. When Duan Ruffing took the blueprint from Duan Lingtian and saw the materials on it, he could not help but be stunned. Aren't these the materials that the Mystical Sky Mansion has been searching for in recent years? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I'm the one who asked the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion to help me look for these materials. You asked the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion to help you look for these materials? Duan Ruffing had a surprised expression on his face. As far as I know, Mansion Master Meng Qing of Mystical Sky Mansion is very diligent in looking for these materials. Moreover, he even promised many rewards. You actually made him work so hard? Don't tell me he owes you a favor? You can say that. Duan Lingtian nodded. As far as I know, a monstrous genius appeared in the Mystical Sky Mansion a few years ago. His name is Lingtian. Don't tell me you're him? Duan Ruffing asked. If it was before, he would not have linked the Mystical Sky Mansion's genius, Lingtian, to his son. This was because he had asked Elder Ku to go to the Mystical Sky Mansion before. Elder Ku had confirmed that Lingtian did not disguise himself. Moreover, that Lingtian's appearance was different from his son's. However, after witnessing his son's miraculous disguising technique, he had no choice but to link his son to Lingtian again. That's right, it's me. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Speaking of which, before I came to the Azure Cloud Mansion, I've been staying in the Mystical Sky Mansion. All right, Father, if someone reports his identity and says he's the Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple, Gu Li, please ask someone to invite him to the main mansion. He's my friend in the Mystical Sky Mansion, and he's the only one who knows my true identity. When he mentioned the Mystical Sky Mansion, Duan Lingtian could not help but think of Gu Li. Previously, he had told Gu Li that once Gu Li was done dealing with the matters in the Mystical Sky Mansion, he would come to the Azure Cloud Mansion to look for him and they would head to the Upper Province together. When he calculated the time, Gu Li should be here soon. Gu Li? The son of Guardian Gu Ci Yun of Mystical Sky Mansion, the strongest person on the Mystical Sky ranking? Duan Ruffing raised an eyebrow. It was obvious he had heard of this genius disciple in the mystical sky mansion. That's him. Duan Lingtian nodded. Since you told him your true identity, it means he's a trustworthy person. Since he's your friend, he's naturally a friend of the Azure Cloud Mansion as well. Don't worry, as long as he comes, I'll personally entertain him, Duan Ruffing said. Also, I heard that the genius Li Feng who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district is the senior brother of the mystical Sky Mansion's genius disciple, Ling Tian. Duan Ruffing looked at Duan Ling Tian again with a mischievous gleam in his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, that Li Feng is also your disguise, right? The surname Li happens to be your mother's surname. Feng happens to be one of the characters in my name. I don't think this is a coincidence, right? That's right. That Li Feng is also me. Duan Ling Tian nodded. There was no need to hide this in front of his father. To think I was wondering when such a young genius appeared in the lower province. I even wanted to recruit him to the Azure Cloud Mansion. It didn't cross my mind that he's actually my son. Duan Ru Feng laughed loudly, and his laughter was filled with pride. He, Duan Ruffing, could not help but feel proud of his son for being so capable. Alright, I'll order Elder Rong to arrange for his men to search for these materials. Even if I have to turn the entire lower province upside down, I'll try my best to gather these materials and pass them to you, Duan Ruffing said confidently as he looked at the drawing in his hand again. Father, you told me before that it's all thanks to me that you're able to become the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. What do you mean by that? Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled the words that Duan Ruffing had said to him a few days ago. If I'm not mistaken, the Devil Seal tablet in your hand should be something you obtained from the Swamp of Death in our hometown, right? Chapter 1840. Upon hearing Duan Ruffing's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned misty. His thoughts returned to the past for a moment. Back then, when he was still in his hometown on the mortal continent's Cloud Continent, he had entered the Swamp of Death and discovered the Devil Seal tablet in an underground palace. Initially, an extremely powerful soul had come out of the Devil Seal tablet with the intention of seizing his body. Unfortunately, at the most critical moment, that soul was annihilated. The situation at that time was similar to when the Reincarnation Emperor Wu had tried to seize his body. The Reincarnation Emperor Wu's soul had been destroyed on the spot. You're not from this world. He still remembered that before the soul of the Rebirth Martial Emperor was annihilated, he had once shouted these words. When the soul that was countless times more powerful than the Rebirth Martial Emperors had rushed out of the demon sealing tombstone and dissipated in a puff of smoke due to its impact on his soul, he knew that his soul from his previous life on Earth seemed to be protected by some kind of law in the purest clash of souls. However, until now, he still did not know what the reason was. Hua Lao. If there was a problem, he would look for Hua Lao. This was basically the best way for Duan Lingtian to solve problems. Hua Lao, after my soul from my previous life on Earth transmigrated to this world, I possessed this body. At that time, a top powerhouse from this world's mortal continent tried to seize this body and used his powerful soul to attack my soul. In the end, I was fine. On the contrary, he was destroyed. What's going on? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly. Before Hua Lao could answer, he added, "Oh, right." Before he turned into ashes, he said something about me not being from this world. This is the restriction of the mundane realms law. Hua Lao said, the two mundane realms have different laws. The souls born in this mundane realm are naturally tainted with the aura of the mundane realms law. On the other hand, the souls born in the other mundane realm are also tainted with the aura of the mundane realms law. Based on what you said, I'm almost certain that planet Yen Huang, the Earth you mentioned, is not from the same mundane realm as the mundane planet we're standing on. Hua Lao continued to say, because your soul came from planet Yen Huang, it's tainted with the law of another mundane realm. For this reason, it's almost impossible for a being from this mundane realm to destroy your soul and occupy your body. Of course, this doesn't mean that your soul is indestructible in this mundane realm. If it isn't someone without a body attacking your soul with pure soul, but someone with a body attacking your soul with soul attacks, your soul can still be wiped out. Hua's soul. Although Elder Hua had said so much, Duan Ling Tian did not hear it clearly. However, he had finally sorted out 2 points. First, in this mundane realm, no matter how strong a soul was, it would be impossible for it to destroy his soul and occupy his body. Secondly, if the soul that originally had a body launched a soul attack against him, his soul would no longer have a shield to shield him. What are you thinking about? At the same time, Duan Ruffing woke Duan Lingtian up when he saw his son was distracted again. Father! Duan Lingtian shuddered and regained his senses. He asked again, where were we? If it was someone else, Duan Ruffing would definitely be unhappy if they were distracted while talking to him. However, this person was Duan Lingtian, his son. Naturally, it was different. Duan Ruffing patiently repeated his question. I asked you earlier, did you find the Devil Seal tablet in the Swamp of Death in our hometown? Duan Lingtian nodded. There was nothing to hide. He was not surprised that his father knew he had the Devil Seal tablet. After all, the news of him obtaining the Devil Seal tablet had spread throughout the Debussy subterranean. Even now, there were still many people looking for him. The reason they were looking for him was naturally because of the Devil Seal tablet in his hand. Did you encounter anything strange when you obtained the Devil Seal tablet? For example, was there a soul that was strong enough to leave the Devil Seal tablet and try to occupy your body? Duan Ruffing asked again. This was what he was most curious about. If he remembered correctly, Black Nether's main soul had always been in the Devil Seal tablet. If he wanted to obtain the Devil Seal tablet, he would have to go through Black Nether first. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. At that time, there was a powerful soul that tried to occupy my body. However, for some reason, a powerful energy suddenly surged out of the Devil Seal tablet and destroyed the soul. When that soul tried to occupy your body, did he say anything? Duan Ruffing asked again. I think he said I was unlucky or something. Also, he said that as long as he destroyed my soul, he would be able to occupy my body and look for his main soul. He also seemed to say that once his main soul returns, he will completely annihilate that stubborn guy. Duan Lingtian recalled what the soul had told him before he finally relayed the words of the soul. Other than the truth about the soul being destroyed, he told him everything else. After all, the truth was related to his previous life. He didn't know if this cheap father of his could accept it, and he didn't know if his mother could accept it either. In his opinion, if he did not tell the truth, it would be the most well-intentioned lie in the world. Stubborn? What a stubborn fool! To Duan Lingtian's surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Duan Ruffing smirked coldly. Then, as though he was talking to himself, he said, Black Nether, I'm afraid you didn't expect that your main soul would be destroyed by my son. Your main soul has been occupying my body for almost 20 years, and I'm the one who won in the end. Father, what do you mean by that? Don't tell me the stubborn fellow that fellow was talking about is you? Duan Lingtian was stunned. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? As Duan Ruffing explained, Duan Lingtian also realized that there was indeed such a coincidence in the world. As it turned out, his father had left the mortal continent and came to the Dao Martial Saint Land because Black Nether's main soul had invaded his body and temporarily occupied his body. As for the improvement in his cultivation base, it was also because of Black Nether. From the beginning, although his father's soul was not destroyed, he was merely a spectator. In the end, due to Black Nether's greed, he accidentally damaged his main soul. This gave Duan Ruffing's main soul an opportunity to seize control of his body for a period of time until Black Nether's main soul regained control of his body again. From then on, Duan Ruffing and Black Nether took turns to occupy the same body. As his strength rose rapidly, Black Nether took control of his body and killed the original mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion before taking over his body. In the beginning, there were many complaints in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Although they were intimidated by Black Nether's strength, not many people acknowledged him as the mansion master. It was only when Duan Ruffing took over the body that he began to show kindness to the people in the Azure Cloud Mansion that he managed to win over many people's hearts. Coupled with the fact that he and Black Nether took turns to control the body, with his powerful strength, he led the Azure Cloud Mansion to become a top quasi-third-rate force that was on par with the Mountain Shade black market. At that time, everyone in the Azure Cloud Mansion finally acknowledged him as the Mansion Master. Finally, one day, Black Nether's main soul was destroyed, and his main soul was destroyed as well. It was only then that Duan Ruffing regained complete control of his body. It was also at that time that Duan Ruffing immediately returned to his hometown, Cloud Continent. Cloud Continent was where his wife and son, whom he missed the most, were. I can't believe the soul that wanted to occupy my body was actually the main soul of the devil cultivator who occupied your body, Father. As it turns out, it's all thanks to me that you were able to return to Cloud Continent to look for Mother and me. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh as he looked at Duan Ruffing. Father, although Black Nether's main soul did not manage to occupy my body, I can still sense that his soul is extremely powerful. Do you know his background? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. All I know is that he was a famous powerhouse in the Upper Province when he was at his peak. As for his background, I've never heard him mention anything about it. However, I've heard him mumbling about the Heaven Divination sect, one of the 3 great sects in the Upper Province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. I'm guessing his origin must be related to the Heaven Divination sect. Duan Ruffing told his father everything he knew. The Heaven Divination sect, one of the 3 great sects in the Upper Province? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. Since the Heaven Divination sect was one of the 3 great sects in the Upper Province, it was undoubtedly as famous as Zoroastrianism. The powerful soul that wanted to occupy his body but was destroyed by the mundane realm's law was actually a devil cultivator from the Heaven Divination sect, one of the 3 great sects in the Upper Province. Just as Duan Lingtian and Duan Rufeng were chatting, a voice suddenly rang out. In the faraway mystical Sky Mansion's estate, Gu Li had finally settled all the matters in his hands. After bidding farewell to his father, Gu Ci Yun, he left the mystical Sky Mansion's estate and headed south. He's heading in the same direction as Ling Tian. This isn't the direction to the Upper Province. Not long after Gu Li left the mystical Sky Mansion's estate, a figure appeared at the spot he had just passed. In the eyes of those with a lower cultivation base, it seemed as though the figure had appeared out of thin air. It seems like he's going to look for Ling Tian. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would have recognized the figure with just a glance. Chapter 1841. Although Gu Li had never been to the Azure Cloud Mansion before, he still knew where the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate was. However, he did not notice someone was tailing him all the way to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Although Gu Li had already entered the Divine Saint stage, he was only at the early Divine Saint stage. Naturally, it was difficult for a Mastery Divine Saint stage martial cultivator like Zhao Deng to notice him. Due to this reason, Gu Li did not notice Zhao Deng at all even though he was tailing Gu Li. I'd like to see where Ling Tian is going. Zhao Deng muttered to himself as his eyes gleamed coldly as he tailed Gu Li from afar. A few days later, Zhao Deng, who was tailing Gu Li, could not help but frown. The Crouching Dragon Lake where the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate is located is right in front of us. Why is Gu Li here? Although the Azure Cloud Mansion was a quasi-third-rate force like the Mystical Sky Mansion, its strength and status were far above the Mystical Sky Mansion. Although Zhao Deng was the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, he could not help but feel wary in front of such a force. Naturally, from the beginning until the end, it did not cross Zhao Deng's mind that Gu Li's destination was the Azure Cloud Mansion. This was because he had never heard of any relationship between Gu Li and the Azure Cloud Mansion. Similarly, he had never heard of any relationship between Ling Tian and the Azure Cloud Mansion. He thought Gu Li was just passing by the Crouching Dragon Lake and had nothing to do with the Azure Cloud Mansion. As long as he did not enter the Crouching Dragon Lake, the black armored guards of the Azure Cloud Mansion would not be alerted. However, Zhao Deng soon discovered that things were completely different from what he had imagined. Gu Li was not passing by the Crouching Dragon Lake where the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate was located. He actually entered the Crouching Dragon Lake. Outside the Crouching Dragon Lake, Zhao Deng watched with his own eyes as Gu Li flew into the Crouching Dragon Lake. And the expected scene also happened. As soon as Gu Li entered the Crouching Dragon Lake, he was surrounded by 10 black armored guards who broke out from the bottom of the Crouching Dragon Lake. What's Gu Li trying to do? What's he doing in the Azure Cloud Mansion? Zhao Deng frowned, unable to understand. He naturally wouldn't think that Gu Li was here to die. Then, there must be something behind this that he didn't know. Why did these black armored guards, who were originally so aggressive, suddenly change their attitude? Although they were far apart, Zhao Deng could clearly see that the 10 black armored guards surrounding Gu Li suddenly opened up a path for Gu Li. There was even a black armored guard leading the way for Gu Li, politely inviting Gu Li into the Crouching Dragon Lake. What's going on? I've never heard of Gu Xiaoyun having such a relationship with any important high-ranking official in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Zhao Deng didn't come back to his senses until Gu Li's figure disappeared from his sight. The first thing that came to his mind was that their mystical Sky Mansion's guardian, Gu Xiaoyun, had a good relationship with some high-ranking official in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Apart from that, the high-ranking official in the Azure Cloud Mansion must have a high position in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Otherwise, the black armored guards would not have been so polite to Gu Xiaoyun's son, Gu Li. From the beginning until the end, it did not cross his mind that Gu Li had a good relationship with some high-ranking official in the Azure Cloud Mansion. He subconsciously felt that Gu Li was not a person of that level and was not qualified to be acquainted with some high-ranking official in the Azure Cloud Mansion. At this moment, Zhao Deng had completely forgotten about Ling Tian. To be more precise, he had completely forgotten about Duan Ling Tian. Not even in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the reason the black armored guards were so polite to Gu Li was because of the order from Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. The reason Duan Ruffing gave such an order was all because of Duan Ling Tian. If someone who claims to be a mystical Sky Mansion's disciple, Gu Li, comes to visit in the future, don't be negligent. Although Duan Ruffing's words were simple, it was like an imperial edict to the black armored guards. How could they dare to be negligent when Lord Mansion Master personally gave an order to treat him with respect? Should I go and ask around or return first? Zhao Deng thought about leaving just like that. However, when he thought about how Ling Tian might have been hidden in the Azure Cloud Mansion by Gu Li, he felt a little unwilling. That Ling Tian must have been hidden in the Azure Cloud Mansion by Gu Li through his father's connections in the Azure Cloud Mansion. It seems like they're planning to leave the Azure Cloud Mansion and go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land soon. Does that Ling Tian think our Zhao clan can't do anything to him just because he's hiding in the Azure Cloud Mansion? When Zhao Deng reached the end of his speculation, his eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. At this moment, what Zhao Deng wanted to do the most was to find Ling Tian. Whether it was him or his father, both of them felt they had to start with Ling Tian if they wanted to find the culprit who killed their son. Forget it, I'll just go and ask around. When I think about it, as long as I announce my identity as the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, these black armored guards from the Azure Cloud Mansion won't dare to be negligent. I'm sure they won't refuse to answer my questions as well. In the end, Zhao Deng could not help but ask around. When he thought about his identity as the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, his confidence was boosted. So, with just a flash, Zhao Deng seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as he appeared in the sky above the Crouching Dragon Lake before the other 9 black armored guards could even enter the lake. Who's there? Zhao Deng's appearance had, naturally, alerted the 9 black armored guards. At once, Zhao Deng was surrounded by the 9 black armored guards. I'm Zhao Deng, the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Faced with the 9 black armored guards, Zhao Deng raised his head arrogantly and said. At the same time, waves of terrifying aura emanated from his body, pressuring the 9 black armored guards to the point their expressions turned grave. No matter what, Zhao Deng was a mastery divine saint stage powerhouse. Naturally, the aura he emitted was not something a group of eminent saint stage powerhouses could withstand. However, Zhao Deng did not dare to go too far. Soon after, he withdrew the aura he was emitting. No matter what, These black armored guards were still from the Azure Cloud Mansion. As the saying went, before you beat a dog, you have to look at its master. He did not want to offend the Azure Cloud Mansion because of these black armored guards. Even his father and the mystical Sky Mansion behind them did not dare to offend the Azure Cloud Mansion, let alone him. He had only done that to show the 9 black armored guards his strength so they would not dare to underestimate him. So, it's Vice Mansion Master Zhao from the mystical Sky Mansion. Soon after, one of the 9 black armored guards stepped forward and cupped his hands at Zhao Deng. Greetings, Vice Mansion Master Zhao. I'm Lu Chuan, the Decurion of the 73rd Platoon of the Azure Cloud Mansion's Black Armored Army. Greetings, Vice Mansion Master Zhao. The remaining 9 black armored guards said in unison as they bowed at Zhao Deng. When Zhao Deng saw how courteous the 9 black armored guards were, he raised his head even higher. He thought that his display of strength just now had worked. You're the Decurion? Zhao Deng looked at Lu Chuan. When he saw the latter nodding, he nodded as well. Very good, I have a question for you. Earlier, Vice Mansion Master Zhao. Before Zhao Deng could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Lu Chuan. When Zhao Deng's expression darkened, Lu Chuan continued to say, Our Lord Mansion Master has instructed that if Vice Mansion Master Zhao comes, we must treat him with respect. Moreover, Lord Mansion Master has instructed us to invite Vice Mansion Master Zhao to the central main hall. Lord Mansion Master has said that he'll personally welcome Vice Mansion Master Zhao. When Zhao Deng heard Lu Chuan's words, the grave expression on his face disappeared and was replaced by a surprised and delighted expression. Mansion Master Duan of your Azure Cloud Mansion will personally receive me? At this moment, Zhao Deng thought he had misheard. However, he soon received confirmation from Lu Chuan. He did not mishear. At this moment, Zhao Deng felt a warm current rising from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head, causing his head to heat up. This was the feeling of excitement. Zhao Deng did not care about the black armored guards in front of him since the strongest one among them was only a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage. However, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was different. The Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was someone whom even the Mansion Masters of Mystical Sky Mansion had to look up to. However, he was actually going to personally receive him? At this moment, Zhao Deng felt like he was floating in the air. However, after a while, Zhao Deng calmed down. He felt something was amiss. He did not know the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, and he had never heard his father mention that he was friends with the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. If that was the case, why would the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, one of the 2 overlords of the Debussy Subterranean, order his subordinates to personally receive him? Moreover, why did the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion know he would come? There must be something fishy going on. After Zhao Deng calmed down, he did not let his excitement get to his head. After taking a deep breath, he said to the 9 black armored guards in front of him, Please thank your Mansion Master for me. However, I still have something to attend to, so I'll have to return first. Zhao Deng, who realized something was amiss, had completely forgotten about Gu Li and Ling Tian. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to get as far away from the Azure Cloud Mansion as possible. The moment Zhao Deng finished speaking, he did not wait for the 9 black armored guards to reply before he turned around and flew out of the Crouching Dragon Lake. At the same time, a vast amount of energy surged out of Zhao Deng's body. He wanted to leave the area around the Azure Cloud Mansion as soon as possible. For some reason, he felt something was amiss. The reception from the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion sounded more like a trap. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Before Zhao Deng could mobilize his energy to increase his speed, a cold voice that was filled with killing intent resonated in front of him. When he stopped in time, he realized that a person had appeared in front of him without him noticing. This person was also wearing black armor, but the black armor on his body was clearly more exquisite and much lighter. This was a black armored guard who had the appearance of a young man. His face was cold, and there was a hideous scar that ran from top to bottom across his left eye. It added a hint of ruthlessness to his face. You're the centurion of the black armored army, Tong Zhong? When Zhao Deng saw the young man's scarred face, horror dawned on him as though he had recalled something. Tong Zhong was the strongest person in the black armored army under the commander. Chapter 1842. In the Azure Cloud Mansion, some high-ranking officials were famous because of their strength. One of them was Tong Zhong, one of the 10 great centurions of the black armored army. Apart from being the strongest person below the commander in the black armored army, Tong Zhong was also the strongest person below the exemplary saint stage in the Azure Cloud Mansion and the entire Debussy subterranean. As for Tong Zhong's titles, they were all publicly acknowledged. Not only that, but he had even said anyone below the exemplary saint stage in the Debussy subterranean could challenge him to a duel if they were unconvinced. No matter who it was, as long as they could defeat him, they would become the strongest person below the exemplary saint stage in the Debussy subterranean. Although there were many powerhouses below the exemplary saint stage who came to the Azure Cloud Mansion to challenge him, none of them could defeat him. In the Debussy subterranean, Tong Zhong was also known as a legend at the Divine Saint stage. In the world of Divine Saint stage powerhouses, he was like a legend. Based on this, one could see how terrifying his strength was. Lord Centurion. After Tong Zhong appeared, the 9 black armored guards led by Decurion Lu Chuan bowed respectfully. If one took a closer look, they would see that Lu Chuan and the other 9 were looking at Tong Zhong with eyes full of worship and fanaticism. In the black armored army, their captain, who was also the black armored army's commander, was considered a powerhouse from the older generation. Due to this reason, they only had respect in front of the commander. However, in front of this young centurion Tong Zhong, apart from respect, they also worshipped him. They worshipped him like an idol. In the history of the Azure Cloud Mansion, Tong Zhong's innate talent was only second to their Lord Mansion Master. Tong Zhong was only in his early 50s this year. Centurion Tong Zhong, what do you mean by this? Although Zhao Deng felt guilty facing Tong Zhong, he suppressed his emotions and pretended to be angry as he asked in a deep voice. Let alone Tong Zhong, who was almost invincible among Divine Saint stage powerhouses. Even an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the Divine Saint stage was not someone he could fight against. Currently, his cultivation base was only at the Mastery Divine Saint stage. Tong Zhong's face was incomparably cold to begin with, and he unconsciously exuded an icy aura. What do you mean? Hearing Zhao Deng's words, when he spoke again, the temperature around him seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. It's your good fortune that the Manor Lord is personally entertaining you. I'll give you 2 choices. And I hear. Second, follow me to the Central Great Hall. Tong Zhong's tone became increasingly cold, as if it came from an ice cave, so cold that it made one's hair stand on end. Upon hearing Tong Zhong's words, horror dawned on Zhao Deng's face as he shouted angrily, Tong Zhong, I'm the Vice Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. If you dare to touch me, the Mystical Sky Mansion won't let you go. At this moment, Zhao Deng could only use the Mystical Sky Mansion as a shield. Unfortunately, Tong Zhong did not seem to care about the Mystical Sky Mansion at all. His voice was cold as he added, I'll give you 3 breaths to make your decision. If you still haven't made your decision after 3 breaths, it'll mean that you've chosen the former. Now, a breath of time has passed. Horror dawned on Zhao Deng when he saw it was useless to bring up the Mystical Sky Mansion. It was as though he had found a straw to clutch at. My father is the guardian of the Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Jin. He's at the exemplary saint stage. When Zhao Deng saw it was useless to bring up the Mystical Sky Mansion, he brought up his father instead. You only have 1 breath of time left. However, Tong Zhong continued to say coldly as though he did not hear him at all. In just a blink of an eye, there was only 1 breath of time left. Zhao Deng's face was pale. He looked like a crestfallen rooster as he compromised. I choose to go to the central main hall of the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion. In the end, Zhao Deng made his choice. He could not muster up any thoughts of resistance in front of Tong Zhong. He could only compromise if he wanted to live. When the 9 black armored guards led by Lu Chuan saw Zhao Deng obediently leaving with Tong Zhong, A hint of disdain could be seen in their eyes when they looked at Zhao Deng again. This vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Deng, is really an embarrassment to the Mystical Sky Mansion. In front of Lord Centurion Tong, he actually cowered in less than 3 breaths. I really wonder how Zhao Deng became the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Is there no one else in the Mystical Sky Mansion? I heard that Zhao Deng's father is one of the 2 great guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion. I think he only became the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion because of his connections. I see. At this moment, Zhao Deng had not gone far with Tong Zhong. He could clearly hear the 9 black armored guards' discussion as though there was no one else around. It made him so angry that he almost threw up blood. Did they not say that the Azure Cloud Mansion's black armored guards were well-disciplined and had high standards? Why were they so sarcastic when they spoke? At this moment, Zhao Deng seemed to have completely forgotten how arrogant he was when he was facing the 9 black armored guards just now. In the central main hall of the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion. Go in. Tong Zhong glanced at Zhao Deng coldly. After Zhao Deng obediently entered the central main hall, he stood at the entrance of the central main hall like a door god. Who was inside the central main hall that made Tong Zhong, the black armored guard centurion, personally guard the entrance. After Zhao Deng entered, he only saw one person. Moreover, it was someone he was familiar with. Gu Li? In the huge central main hall, apart from Zhao Deng who had just entered, Gu Li was the only one left. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, why are you here? When Gu Li saw Zhao Deng, he could not help but frown. Based on Gu Li's expression, it was obvious he did not know Zhao Deng would appear here. Zhao Deng remained silent. What could he say? Could he tell him that he had followed Zhao Deng here? However, Gu Li was not stupid. Soon after, he figured out the reason Zhao Deng appeared here. Why you followed me? I just want to know where that Ling Tian is. The direction you went after leaving the Mystical Sky Mansion is the same as the direction he left. Do you dare to say you're not here to look for him? The moment Zhao Deng thought about that Ling Tian, he was furious. If it was not for that fellow, his son would not have died. If it was not for that fellow, he would not have followed Gu Li and would not have been trapped in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Apart from that, up until now, he still had no idea what the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was trying to do. How did he know he would come to the Azure Cloud Mansion? Why did he personally receive him? That's right. I'm here to look for junior brother Ling Tian. When Gu Li saw Zhao Deng still dared to act so arrogantly in his junior brother Ling Tian's territory even though he had already arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion, Gu Li was inwardly amused. He did not bother to hide his intentions and replied straightforwardly. Since that's the case, why can't I follow you? Zhao Deng smirked. However, I really didn't expect your father, Gu Yun, would actually know a high-ranking official in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Since he's willing to take in Ling Tian for your father's sake, I'm sure he must have an extraordinary position in the Azure Cloud Mansion, right? Zhao Deng continued to say. His expression seemed to say, I've already guessed it. When Zhao Deng saw Gu Li did not reply for a long time, he thought he had admitted to it. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you speechless now that I've guessed correctly? At this moment, Zhao Deng seemed to have forgotten the reason he was here. Otherwise, he would not have said such a thing. Which high-ranking official in the Azure Cloud Mansion would dare to bring his guests to the central main hall? The central main hall was the place where the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion received his guests. The reason Gu Li did not respond was because he was shocked by Zhao Deng's words. However, when he thought about it, he felt relieved. After all, he still did not know the true identity of his junior brother Ling Tian. Yes. You've guessed correctly. I have nothing to say. In the face of Zhao Deng's overbearing words, Gu Li nodded his head numbly. His expression seemed to say, whatever you say is right. However, he was cursing him inwardly. However, when Zhao Deng saw Gu Li was so tactful, he did not feel smug at all. This was because he could see the abnormality in Gu Li's behavior. The current Gu Li was completely different from the Gu Li in his memory. Was Gu Li someone who would compromise so easily? Of course not. At this moment, Zhao Deng calmed down again. After he calmed down, he recalled where he was. The central main hall of the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion is the place where the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion gathers the higher-ranking officials for a meeting. Gu Li, don't tell me you're here as well? Just as Zhao Deng was about to ask Gu Li if he was invited by the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, a voice sounded from outside. Zhao Deng was no stranger to this voice. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, long time no see. As the voice sounded, a figure walked in from outside the central main hall. The person who entered was none other than Duan Ling Tian, junior brother Ling Tian. When he finally saw Duan Ling Tian, a delighted expression appeared on Gu Li's face as he walked up to him. Senior brother Gu Li, you're here. Duan Ling Tian laughed when he saw Gu Li walking up to him. Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian and Gu Li were standing together, Zhao Deng's gloomy voice sounded in a timely manner. I can't believe you're still alive. Tell me, who killed my son that day? Zhao Deng's tone was filled with questions. Duan Ling Tian nodded at Gu Li before he looked at Zhao Deng again. He smiled faintly as he said, Vice Mansion Master Zhao, is there even a need to ask? Naturally, I'm the one who killed your son. You're not worthy. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, not only was Zhao Deng not enraged, but he had a disdainful expression on his face. His son was at the early Divine Saint stage. How could Duan Ling Tian kill him? What? Vice Mansion Master Zhao, do you think I'm not capable of killing an early Divine Saint stage devil cultivator like your son? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile as he narrowed his eyes. Early Divine Saint stage devil cultivator. Before Zhao Deng could reply, Gu Li was shocked. Zhao Ji was an early Divine Saint stage devil cultivator? In his memory, Zhao Ji was only an intermediate refined Saint stage martial cultivator 2 years ago. Chapter 1843. Isn't that so? Zhao Deng glanced at Duan Ling Tian disdainfully and smirked. My son had a great fortuitous encounter and came across an ancient devil beast relic. He obtained the ancient devil beast's inheritance and broke through to the early Divine Saint stage from the intermediate refined Saint stage in less than 2 years. Although your innate talent is great, your cultivation base is only at the peak of the eminent Saint stage. You want to kill my son? You must be dreaming. Ancient devil beast relic. Early Divine Saint stage. Originally, Gu Li was already shocked when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. However, when he heard Zhao Deng's words, he realized Duan Ling Tian was telling the truth. He was shocked as well. Zhao Ji is so lucky? He actually came across an ancient devil beast relic and obtained the ancient devil beast's inheritance. He broke through from the intermediate refined saint stage to the early divine saint stage in less than 2 years? When Gu Li thought about how he had only recently broken through to the early divine saint stage despite all his hard work, he felt a sense of injustice. Ancient devil beast relic? Ancient devil beast's inheritance? When Duan Ling Tian heard Zhao Deng's words, he was stunned. However, he could not help but laugh. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, Zhao Ji told you he came across an ancient devil beast relic and obtained the ancient devil beast's inheritance? Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhao Deng with a strange smile on his face. What are you laughing at? Zhao Deng's expression turned grave. He did not know why Duan Ling Tian was laughing. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, it seems like your son isn't being honest in front of you. Well, if he didn't think I was going to die that day, he wouldn't have told me the truth about how his cultivation base had improved so quickly. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhao Deng deeply. The smile on his face widened when he reached the end of his sentence. What do you mean by that? What truth? Zhao Deng's expression turned grave. At this time, Gu Li also looked at Duan Ling Tian curiously. He didn't know what Duan Ling Tian wanted to say, but he was looking forward to what Ling Tian was going to say next. The truth is, Zhao Ji didn't come across any relic of the ancient devil beast's divine ability, nor did he obtain any ancient devil beast's inheritance. The reason why his cultivation base rose so quickly was because he cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, just like Palace Master Zhu from the Heavenly Palace. Duan Ling Tian calmly replied to Zhao Deng's question. A mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he spoke. Devouring dark devil technique. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gu Li's eyes narrowed. The way he looked at Zhao Deng changed completely. Zhao Deng, you actually allowed your son to cultivate the devouring dark devil technique. You really have some guts. Nonsense. As Zhao Deng glared at Duan Lingtian, a vast energy surged out of his body. Lingtian, my son is already dead. I won't allow anyone to slander him. Slander? Duan Lingtian smiled. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, I didn't slander your good son. He admitted everything I know. Moreover, he even told me that he was the one who pulled the strings between Palace Master Zhu and Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Perhaps, if he didn't pull the strings, Palace Master Zhu might not have been able to reach an agreement with Su Jing. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes turned cold immediately. When Zhao Deng heard Duan Lingtian's words, he fell silent for a moment. He still remembered when he was keeping an eye on Su Jing, his son had gone to the secret underground chamber where Su Jing was imprisoned. He had even stood in front of Su Jing's bed for a long time. At that time, he thought his son had contacted Su Jing. However, his son said he had not. At that time, he did not suspect his son at all. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words today, he recalled the scene that day. He found it even stranger. Moreover, his originally determined heart was starting to waver. Don't tell me really contacted Su Jing? He didn't tell me because he was afraid I wouldn't let him cultivate the devouring dark devil technique? The moment Zhao Deng thought of this, his heart sank. If I'm not mistaken, Zhao Ji must have found out that Palace Master Zhu was humiliated by Feng Bui, the deputy leader of Mountain Shade Black Market. He must have taken advantage of Palace Master Zhu's desire to seek revenge and persuaded Palace Master Zhu to rescue Su Jing. These were all Duan Lingtian's speculations. If I'm not mistaken, Zhao Ji shouldn't have been in the mystical sky mansion when the young women in the west were turned into dried corpses, right? Moreover, Zhao Ji must have returned to the mystical sky mansion after the matter there was exposed, right? Duan Lingtian asked word by word as he looked at Zhao Deng. When Zhao Deng heard this, he thought about it carefully and realized it was indeed the case. Stop slandering me if you don't have any evidence. Naturally, even if Zhao Deng had doubts in his heart, he would not admit it. Put aside the fact that his son was dead, even if his son was still alive, he would not admit to it even if he was 100% certain his son had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. In fact, those who cultivated the devouring dark devil technique were like rats on the street in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Everyone wanted to beat them up. Evidence. Duan Lingtian smiled. Do you want me to swear on the lightning penalty oath? I want you to know I'm not lying. There's no need for that. I won't believe you anyway. Zhao Deng immediately rejected Duan Lingtian's words when he heard it. However, in the depths of his heart, he was almost certain his son had indeed cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. Otherwise, Lingtian would not have dared to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Gu Li had the same thought as Zhao Deng. To think Zhao Ji cultivated the devouring dark devil technique? He deserved to die. Gu Li said coldly. He did not care about Zhao Deng's cold gaze at all. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. As for whether Zhao Ji cultivated the devouring dark devil technique or not, I'm sure you're very clear about it, Vice Mansion Master Zhao. Duan Lingtian said as he stared at Zhao Deng. Lingtian, I'll ask you one more time. Who killed my son? Is the person who killed my son related to you? Otherwise, why did he die instead of you? Zhao Deng asked coldly as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, I've already told you the truth. I killed Zhao Ji. There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Duan Lingtian shook his head in the face of Zhao Deng's repeated questions. When he reached the end of his sentence, he shrugged helplessly. All right. You said you killed him? Then, can you tell me how a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage like you managed to kill an early divine saint stage devil cultivator? Zhao Deng's expression turned grave immediately. He had almost lost his patience. If it was not for the fact that he wanted an answer from Duan Lingtian, he would have attacked and killed Duan Lingtian. Under normal circumstances, with my cultivation base, it's indeed difficult for me to kill Zhao Ji. Duan Lingtian nodded and confirmed Zhao Deng's words. Under Zhao Deng's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian continued to say, however, no matter how strong Zhao Ji is, he's only an early divine saint stage devil cultivator. Let alone an early divine saint stage devil cultivator, even a devil cultivator at the peak of the divine saint stage won't be able to survive in front of me. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his body emitted a strong sense of confidence. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, both Zhao Deng and Gu Li were stunned. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seemed like he could even kill a devil cultivator at the peak of the divine saint stage? That's right. Junior brother Lingtian has the devil seal tablet. When Gu Li heard Duan Lingtian's words, he also found it hard to believe. However, when he thought about it, he recalled the super saint weapon, the devil seal tablet, that Duan Lingtian had obtained in the past. With his junior brother Lingtian's true origin that was comparable to a powerhouse at the peak of the eminent saint stage, once he activated the devil seal tablet, he would indeed be able to kill all devil cultivators below the exemplary saint stage. It was not an exaggeration when he said he could kill a devil cultivator at the peak of the saint stage. Naturally, Gu Li felt at ease because he knew Duan Lingtian's true identity and Duan Lingtian possessed the devil seal tablet. Zhao Deng, on the other hand, was unaware of all this. What a joke! Zhao Deng regained his senses and looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly. He said disdainfully, Lingtian, even if you want to boast, shouldn't you at least prepare a draft first? You're just a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage. Not only did you boast shamelessly that you can kill an early divine saint stage devil cultivator, but you even dare to say you can kill a devil cultivator at the peak of the divine saint stage. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? Or perhaps, do you think I'm an idiot? When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, a smirk appeared on his face. Ha! Duan Lingtian laughed out loud. After a long while, he finally stopped laughing. What are you laughing at? Zhao Deng was slightly angered. Don't tell me I'm wrong? Vice Mansion Master Zhao, I think you're an idiot. Under Zhao Deng's furious gaze, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, didn't you hear what I said earlier? I've said that under normal circumstances, it's indeed difficult for me to kill Zhao Ji with my cultivation base. However, what if I have something else to rely on? I wonder if you've heard of a super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons ranking in the Dao Martial Saint Land that specializes in restraining devil cultivators. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he intentionally reminded Zhao Deng. 10 great saint weapons ranking? Super saint weapon? Or was it a super saint weapon that specialized in restraining devil cultivators? Devil seal tablet. A thought popped up in Zhao Deng's mind at the first moment. As far as he knew, the only super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons ranking that could restrain a devil cultivator was the devil seal tablet. If he used the devil seal tablet, he could even kill a devil cultivator whose cultivation base was one stage higher than his. The devil seal tablet. Wasn't it rumored that a young man had obtained it a few years ago? That young man seems to be called Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. The moment Zhao Deng thought of this, he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had seen a ghost as he cried out, Why are Duan Lingtian? Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Zhao Deng shook his head and denied his speculation. Chapter 1844. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not look like his original appearance. In order to meet Zhao Deng, he had disguised himself as Lingtian. Something's not right? Upon hearing Zhao Deng's words, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly, Do you think I'm not Duan Lingtian because there are no traces of disguise on my face? Before Zhao Deng could reply, he saw the muscles on Lingtian's face twitching. Soon after, a brand new face appeared before his eyes. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would not have believed such a miraculous disguise technique existed in this world. It was clearly a disguise, but his divine consciousness could not detect any traces of disguise at all. You're Duan Lingtian. After recovering from his shock, Zhao Deng studied Duan Lingtian for a while before he discovered Duan Lingtian's appearance was exactly the same as the person in the portrait he had seen a few years ago. The person in the portrait at that time was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had obtained the Devil Seal tablet. "That's right. I'm Duan Lingtian. Vice Mansion Master Zhao, do you believe that I was the one who killed your son?" Duan Lingtian asked mockingly. Zhao Deng's expression turned grave. When he saw Duan Lingtian's true appearance, he knew everything Duan Lingtian had said was true. His son was indeed killed by Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, Duan Lingtian had killed his son by activating the Devil Seal tablet. He still remembered his son's death was caused by his soul being destroyed. There were no traces of external injuries on his body at all. The Devil Seal tablet had directly destroyed the Devil Cultivator's soul when it killed him. All of his doubts were cleared up. He had finally found his son's murderer. "Lingtian. No, I should call you Duan Lingtian." Apart from hatred, Zhao Deng's eyes were filled with greed for the Devil Seal tablet when he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Thank you for telling me that you're the one who killed my son. If that's the case, I'll give you a quick death." Just as Zhao Deng finished his sentence, the power that he had been accumulating suddenly surged. He moved and was about to charge at Duan Lingtian. There was only one thought left in Zhao Deng's mind. Kill Duan Lingtian, avenge his son, and seize the Devil Seal tombstone. The Devil Seal tablet was one of the 10 Super Saint artifacts on the 10 Great Saint artifact ranking. It was something that everyone dreamed of obtaining. Naturally, Zhao Deng was tempted by it. At this moment, Zhao Deng had completely forgotten that he was in the Azure Cloud Mansion. He had never wondered why Duan Lingtian dared to reveal his true face in front of him and admit to killing his son. At this moment, Zhao Deng had completely lost himself due to his desire for revenge and greed. "How dare you!" Just as Zhao Deng's body was leaning forward slightly, a thunderous voice reverberated in the main hall. It was deafening. One could vaguely hear the voice belonged to an old man. At the same time, a ghostly figure blocked Zhao Deng's path. Bang! He did not seem to have made any movements, but Zhao Deng, who was charging out with the force of wind and thunder, was casually sent flying away. He fell on the ground in a wretched state. Barf! Zhao Deng was in a daze from the fall. He opened his mouth and threw up a mouthful of blood. He struggled to stand up, but due to his severe injuries, he could not stand up. When he opened his eyes and looked ahead, he saw an old figure standing in front of Duan Lingtian to protect him. Rong Yuan. Horror dawned on Zhao Deng when he saw the old man standing in front of Duan Lingtian. Rong Yuan was one of the right-hand men of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. He was as famous as Kumi. In the entire Mystical Sky Mansion, his strength was only inferior to the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. He was even more powerful than the 2 great guardians of Mystical Sky Mansion. Young Mansion Master. However, when Zhao Deng saw Rong Yuan turning around and bowing respectfully at Duan Lingtian, his eyes widened in shock. Young Mansion Master? Only the son of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion could be addressed as Young Mansion Master by Rong Yuan, right? However, he had never heard that the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion had a son. Moreover, this person was the murderer of his son. Duan Lingtian. Both of them have the surname Duan. When Zhao Deng regained his senses, he muttered the names of Duan Lingtian and Duan Ruffing, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Soon after, he realized they had the same surname. His heart sank again. Don't tell me this Duan Lingtian is really the son of Duan Ruffing, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion? That's not right. If he's the son of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, why would he disguise himself as Lingtian and come to our Mystical Sky Mansion? Don't tell me it's because of the Saint Martial secret zone? Zhao Deng could not figure it out. Not even in his wildest dreams did he expect the lad whom his Zhao clan wanted to kill so badly was actually the son of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Elder Rong. Duan Lingtian smiled in response to Rong Yuan's greeting. He did not dare to slight this old man who had been by his cheapskate father's side for many years. As for the misunderstanding previously, after his father explained it to him, he knew he had misunderstood the old man. Rong Yuan had indeed passed the exquisite jade box to his father, and it was his father who asked Rong Yuan to tell the black armored guard that he was a swindler. The reason his father did that was mainly for the sake of probing his cultivation. Since they had buried the hatchet, there was no longer any misunderstanding between him and Rong Yuan. Young mansion master, how should we deal with this person? Faced with Duan Lingtian, Rong Yuan was extremely humble. It was as though he treated Duan Lingtian as his most respected mansion master, Duan Ruffing. Love me, love my dog. Restrain him first. Leave the rest to me, Duan Lingtian said. Rong Yuan nodded respectfully before he turned around. With a raise of his hand, he restrained Zhao Deng, who was trying to escape. The energy that belonged to an exemplary saint stage powerhouse transformed into an invisible energy and entered Zhao Deng's body, completely suppressing his strength. Zhao Deng instantly fell to the ground with a pale face. He had turned into an ordinary person in just a short time. Duan Lingtian strode forward and stood in front of Zhao Deng. He looked down at Zhao Deng, who was lying on the ground, and clicked his tongue as he asked, "Vice Mansion Master Zhao, are you all right?" Various expressions appeared on Zhao Deng's face as he lay on the ground. The hatred and greed in his eyes had disappeared at this moment and were replaced by panic and despair. His son's death and the Devil Seal tablet had all been tossed to the back of his mind at this moment. Currently, the most precious thing to him was undoubtedly his life. Only when he was alive would he be able to think about other things. If he was dead, he would lose everything. Young mansion master. At this moment, along with a respectful cry, a scene that exceeded Duan Lingtian's expectations appeared. Zhao Deng, who was temporarily reduced to an ordinary person after his strength was restrained by Rong Yuan, fell to his knees in front of Duan Lingtian after rolling on the ground. Young mansion master, Zhao Deng didn't know your identity beforehand. Please forgive me for offending you. Please spare my worthless life, young mansion master. I promise I won't offend you again in the future. If you don't believe me, I'm willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath. At this moment, Zhao Deng had abandoned his dignity as the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. There was only one thought left in his mind. Survive. I must find a way to survive. This was because he had not lived long enough. He did not want to die yet. As expected of father and son. You're indeed jackals of the same tribe. Zhao Deng, the way you're wagging your tail and begging for mercy is very similar to how your son looked before he died. He had also begged for mercy before. If Zhao Deng had a little backbone, perhaps, Duan Lingtian would have respected him a little. However, the way Zhao Deng was wagging his tail and begging for mercy made him feel disgusted. Zhao Deng had heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although he was infuriated, he did not dare to show it on his face. He was as humble as he could be. Young mansion master, if you're willing to spare me, I'm willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath to be your dog. From today onward, I'll bite wherever you point it without any hesitation. Zhao Deng's humility made Duan Lingtian frown. Was this really the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion? Gu Li, who had been standing quietly at the side all this while, also looked at Zhao Deng. He could not help but scold, "Zhao Deng, you're not worthy to be the vice mansion master of our Mystical Sky Mansion. You've already embarrassed our Mystical Sky Mansion." However, Zhao Deng acted as though he did not hear Gu Li's scolding. He looked at Duan Lingtian pleadingly. At this moment, the only thing left in his mind was the desire to live. He did not care about anything else. At this moment, even Rong Yuan was frowning. It was obvious he was disgusted by Zhao Deng's cowardice. Young mansion master, I beg of you, please spare me this time. Zhao Deng continued to beg for mercy. Elder Rong, I don't want to see him again. A hint of disgust flashed in the depth of Duan Lingtian's eyes. He did not want to see Zhao Deng acting like this. No matter what, he's the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. I really have to hand it to him for being so cowardly in the face of death. No! Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhao Deng's eyes widened. Horror dawned on his face as he rolled and struggled on the ground. With his strength sealed, he was destined to be a fish waiting to be slaughtered. After killing Zhao Deng, Rong Yuan also retreated from the central main hall. Senior Uncle. Tong Zhong, the centurion of the Black Armored Army, had been standing outside the central main hall since a long time ago. When he saw Rong Yuan retreating, he immediately bowed at him respectfully. Tong Zhong's master was Ku Mi, who was as famous as Rong Yuan in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Although Rong Yuan and Ku Mi were not senior brothers, they had long regarded each other as brothers since they had been good friends for many years. For this reason, Rong Yuan's disciples would usually address Ku Mi as junior uncle. Ku Mi's disciples, on the other hand, would address Rong Yuan as senior uncle. In terms of age, Rong Yuan was slightly older than Ku Mi. After Rong Yuan retreated, only Duan Lingtian and Gu Li were left in the central main hall. Both of them looked at each other and smiled wryly. Senior brother Gu Li. In the end, it was Duan Lingtian who broke the silence. I'm afraid I won't be able to go to the upper province in the near future. I think I'll have to wait for another year or so before I can go to the upper province. Chapter 1845. It doesn't matter. It's just a year. I'll wait for you. I can also use this time to consolidate my cultivation base. However, since you're the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and I'm in your territory, you'll have to find me a good place to cultivate. Gu Li nodded. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of a joke could be heard in his voice. As soon as Gu Li finished speaking, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. An object suddenly appeared in the air and shot toward Gu Li at high speed. However, this bit of speed was nothing in front of Gu Li. As Gu Li raised his hand, he grabbed the thing that broke through the air. When he looked at it, it was a light token that looked like it was made of wood. The word 9 was engraved on the front. When he flipped the token around, he saw a few floating stone platforms carved on the back. Each of the stone platforms had its own independent stone chamber. At the bottom right of the diagram, there were 3 small words carved on it. Azure Cloud Platform. This is the key to Azure Cloud Platform number 9? As though he had recalled something, Gu Li could not help but take a deep breath. The Azure Cloud Platform was an extremely good place to cultivate in the Azure Cloud Mansion. The Spirit Gathering formation inside was directly connected to the quasi-third grade Saint Stone Reserve in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Generally speaking, only some outstanding disciples in the Azure Cloud Mansion were allowed to enter the Azure Cloud Platform to cultivate. This was because one had to be strong enough to enter the Azure Cloud Platform to cultivate. There were a total of 81 Azure Cloud Platforms. It was said that all of them were suspended above the Azure Cloud Mansion's main mansion and were divided into different grades. At the highest point, there were a total of 9 Azure Cloud Platforms. They formed a circle and were respectively Azure Cloud Platform number 1, Azure Cloud Platform number 2, Azure Cloud Platform number 3, and Azure Cloud Platform number 9. It was said that in terms of cultivation environment, these 9 Azure Cloud Platforms were not inferior to the cultivation place of the Azure Cloud Mansion's high-ranking officials. At this moment, the key to Azure Cloud Platform number 9 in Gu Li's hand was the key to open the Azure Cloud Platform number 9. Only those who had the key could enter the Azure Cloud Platform number 9 to cultivate. Below the 9 Azure Cloud Platforms that formed a circle, there were a total of 18 Azure Cloud Platforms that formed a circle. The cultivation environment of these 18 Azure Cloud Platforms was slightly worse than the previous 9 platforms. Further down were the Azure Cloud Platforms that formed a circle. There were a total of 54 of them. Although the cultivation environment here was slightly inferior to the Azure Cloud Platforms on the upper 2 floors, it was not too bad. It was much better than the place where the disciples of the Azure Cloud Mansion usually cultivated. The cultivation environment of the 81 Azure Cloud Platforms was extremely good. It was only natural that many Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples would want to cultivate there. However, in order to enter the Azure Cloud Platform to cultivate, one also needed to have extraordinary strength. If one's strength was weak, even if one temporarily occupied an Azure Cloud Platform, it would be taken away by another person in the blink of an eye. As expected of the son of the mystical Sky Mansion's guardian Gu. You actually know about our Azure Cloud Mansion's Azure Cloud Platform. This is indeed the key to the Azure Cloud Platform number 9. I've already spoken to the elder in charge of the Azure Cloud Platform. Once you enter the Azure Cloud Platform number 9 to cultivate, the disciples of our Azure Cloud Mansion won't fight with you for the Azure Cloud Platform number 9. Along with a voice, a ghost-like figure appeared in the central hall. This person was none other than the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Ruffing. As for the key to the Azure Cloud Platform number 9, he was also the one who gave it to Guli. Father. When Duan Lingtian saw how Duan Ruffing had arranged everything, his heart was filled with warmth. Greetings, Mansion Master Duan. At the same time, Guli had also regained his senses and bowed at Duan Ruffing. I heard that when Tiano was in the mystical sky mansion, you and your father took good care of him. Duan Ruffing will remember this favor. Duan Ruffing nodded at Guli and said with a smile, however, since you're Tian-er's friend and he addressed your father as Uncle Gu, you can just call me Uncle Duan in the future. There's no need to call me Mansion Master Duan. Yes, Uncle Duan. Guli was not an inflexible person. He immediately changed the way he addressed Duan Ruffing. In the next instant, Guli returned the key to the Azure Cloud Platform number 9 to Duan Ruffing. Under Duan Ruffing's puzzled gaze, Guli said, Uncle Duan, I've long heard that the Azure Cloud Platform in your Azure Cloud Mansion is the best touchstone. For this reason, I'd like to compete for the Azure Cloud Platform as an Azure Cloud Mansion's disciple instead of sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor. Guli was not a law-abiding person by nature. If he was given special privileges directly, he would feel uncomfortable. It would be better for him to rely on his own strength to make a name for himself. Upon hearing Guli's words, Duan Ruffing looked at him with admiration before taking back the key to the Azure Cloud Platform number 9 without saying anything. Since you've said so, I'll agree to your request. However, I have to remind you that without the key to the Azure Cloud Mansion number 9, it'll be difficult for you to enter the 9 best Azure Cloud platforms to cultivate with your strength. In our Azure Cloud Mansion, due to the existence of the Black Armored Army, many disciples at the Divine Saint stage and above are unwilling to become ordinary elders in order to compete for the position of a centurion in the Black Armored Army. This is because once they become ordinary elders, they won't be able to enter the Black Armored Army anymore. Do you understand what I mean? Duan Ruffing asked when he reached the end of his sentence. I understand, Uncle Duan. Guli nodded. As for Duan Lingtian, who had returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion for a period of time, he, naturally, knew what his father meant. Due to the rule of the Azure Cloud Mansion's elders not being able to enter the Black Armored Army, many Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples at the Divine Saint stage and above were unwilling to become elders in the Azure Cloud Mansion. For this reason, they would rather give up the high-class cultivation environment where they could sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor and choose the Azure Cloud platform that was filled with unstable factors. All the elders in the Azure Cloud Mansion had their own cultivation place. The cultivation environment there was comparable to the best 9 Azure Cloud platforms. For this reason, among the Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples who competed for the Azure Cloud platform, apart from the group of eminent Saint stage powerhouses, there were also many powerhouses at the Divine Saint stage and above. At the very least, the best 9 Azure Cloud platforms were usually occupied by Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples at the Divine Saint stage. Based on Guli's current intention, it was clear that he wanted to challenge the Azure Cloud platform and compete for the best cultivation place. Perhaps he would be able to gain something during this process. It was something that he could not obtain by sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor. Since Duan Ruffing respected Guli's opinion, it was only natural that Duan Lingtian would respect it as well. Senior brother Guli, you'll have to work hard then. As long as I'm free, I'll definitely visit you. Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at Guli. Why? Junior brother Lingtian, don't you want to challenge the Azure Cloud platform? Guli asked with a smile. With my current cultivation base, it's impossible for me to obtain the best 9 Azure Cloud platforms under normal circumstances. Moreover, I'll be pressed for time in the coming days. Duan Lingtian shook his head. If he did not use the Jasper Celestial Sword, it would be difficult for him to defeat Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples at the Divine Saint stage or above. However, it was impossible for him to use the Jasper Celestial Sword in the Azure Cloud platform. The Jasper Celestial Sword was his killing weapon. As soon as the sword was unsheathed, it would definitely draw blood. Those who cultivated in the Azure Cloud platform were all Azure Cloud Mansion's disciples. They were all on his side. Naturally, he would not use the Jasper Celestial Sword on them. In the next 10 months, Duan Lingtian would be pressed for time. He needed the best cultivation environment, so he would not have the time to challenge the Azure Cloud platform at all. Moreover, since he wanted to enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate, he needed an absolutely quiet and undisturbed cultivation environment. His father, the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, could easily provide such a cultivation environment for him. All in all, he did not plan to cultivate in the Azure Cloud platform at all. Perhaps he would go there in the future. However, that would be after he fulfilled the 5-year pact. Junior brother Lingtian, did something happen to you? Naturally, Gu Li knew Duan Lingtian was not someone who was afraid of trouble. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could faintly sense a dangerous aura. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he looked at Duan Rufeng as if asking for Duan Rufeng's opinion. Duan Rufeng nodded. Senior brother Gu Li. Then, Duan Lingtian told him about the 5-year pact between him and Diju of the Dragons. Diju? The 5-clawed golden dragon from the dragons. After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, horror dawned on Gu Li's face as his eyes widened. He hastily said, Junior brother Ling Din, no. You can't fulfill the 5-year pact. It's too dangerous. It's too dangerous. At this moment, Gu Li seemed to have lost his composure. It was as though he was the one who was in danger and not Duan Lingtian. Don't worry, senior brother Gu Li. There's still 10 months left. I'm confident. Duan Lingtian smiled. How confident are you? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Gu Li was non-committal. Diju is a 5-clawed golden dragon from the Imperial Dragons. Although he hasn't fully matured, his strength is already comparable to some of the weaker 5-clawed golden dragon elders. Moreover, you've also said that he was already at the peak of the Divine Saint stage 5 years ago. Now that 5 years have passed, it's very likely that he has already entered the Exemplary Saint stage. Even if he hasn't entered the Exemplary Saint stage and is still at the peak of the Divine Saint stage, he's still not someone you can deal with. Although you have the Devil Seal tablet, it can only deal with devil cultivators. Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon, isn't a devil cultivator. Gu Li said with a hint of dread on his face. For this reason, junior brother Lingtian, it doesn't matter if you don't fulfill the 5-year promise. Even if news of this spreads out, nobody will say that you're a coward. After all, you weren't even born when Diju became famous. Gu Li advised. Senior brother Gu Li, there's no need for you to advise me anymore. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I've already decided on this matter. Don't worry, I won't joke about my life. Moreover, you've known me for quite some time now. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would ask for trouble? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile when he reached the end of his sentence. Gu Li was stunned. Now that he thought about it, ever since they had known each other, this junior brother Lingtian before him was indeed not the kind of person who would ask for trouble. During the death duel outside the Heaven Palace's Hall of Death, this junior brother Lingtian had overpowered Zhao Kun, a disciple from the Zhao clan, and killed him even though most people did not think he would win. Junior brother Lingtian, it's different this time. Chapter 1846. In the end, Gu Li did not manage to persuade Duan Lingtian. In fact, nobody could persuade Duan Lingtian since Duan Lingtian was confident he could defeat Diju and obtain the opportunity to enter the Saint Land of the Dragons, the Dragon Cleansing Pool. After Gu Li went to the Azure Cloud platform, Duan Lingtian returned to his father's mansion and went to the room his mother had prepared for him. In the entire Azure Cloud mansion, apart from those special spirit pools, Duan Rufeng's mansion was undoubtedly the best place to cultivate since it was directly connected to the quasi-grade 3 Saint Stone Reserve. This place was surrounded by the heaven and earth spirit energy all year round. However, with Duan Lingtian's current appetite, although the spirit pool was good, It did not suit him at all. This was because he could completely absorb the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool in a short period of time. At that time, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding area would become thin and affect his cultivation. Moreover, even if all the spirit pools in the Azure Cloud Mansion were given to him, the supply would not be able to meet the demand. For this reason, it was better for him to stay in his father's mansion and cultivate obediently. However, although Duan Lingtian had been in the Azure Cloud Mansion for many days, news about him did not spread out at all. Even in the Azure Cloud Mansion, there were only a handful of people who knew he was the young mansion master. Up until now, only the few exemplary saint stage powerhouses under his father's command and those whom they could trust knew he was the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. There were even fewer people who knew he was in the Azure Cloud Mansion. The reason he kept such a low profile was none other than the Devil Seal tablet in his possession. The Devil Seal tablet was one of the 10 great super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even the powerhouses in the upper province would covet it. For this reason, for the sake of Duan Lingtian's safety and the Azure Cloud Mansion's safety, Duan Ruffing did not spread the news that his son was Duan Lingtian. This was because the name Duan Lingtian was a very sensitive topic in the WCI subterranean. As long as this name was mentioned, everyone would immediately think of the Devil Seal tablet. The most important thing right now is to transform the Golden Crow's wings to the second form. At that time, I'll be able to break through to the Eminent Saint stage. After I've broken through to the Eminent Saint stage, if I can raise my cultivation base to the intermediate stage before the 5-year promise, there shouldn't be any problem. Although to encourage himself to break through to the heavens, he was to encourage himself. Was the elementary devouring technique something he could master just because he said so? How could he break through to the intermediate Eminent Saint stage just because he wanted to? If he could not master the high-grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and break through to the intermediate Eminent Saint stage, other than using the Jasper Celestial Sword, what else could he use to fight Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon? If he did not have the elementary devouring tactic and his cultivation base had not broken through to the intermediate Eminent Saint stage, even if he had comprehended the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword and relied on the divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, he was not confident he could defeat Diju without using the Jasper Celestial Sword. As for his physical body, he had no advantage at all. Although his body was stronger than a 6-clawed divine dragon with the same cultivation base, a 5-clawed divine dragon could not be compared to him at all. However, even if he had broken through to the intermediate Eminent Saint stage, his body was only equivalent to a 6-clawed divine dragon at the Mastery Eminent Saint stage at most. Although a 6-clawed divine dragon was stronger than a 5-clawed divine dragon, how could a 6-clawed divine dragon at the Mastery Eminent Saint stage compare to a 5-clawed golden dragon at the peak of the Divine Saint stage in terms of body strength? In fact, a 5-clawed golden dragon was one of the best among the 5-clawed divine dragons. No matter which aspect it was almost on par with a 6-clawed divine dragon. I almost forgot. Diju's strength can't be compared to an ordinary human martial cultivator. When Duan Lingtian thought about the powerful body of the dragons, his expression turned grave immediately. Previously, he was confident because he was facing an ordinary martial cultivator at the peak of the saint stage or early exemplary saint stage. Now, he finally remembered Diju was a 5-clawed golden dragon. A 5-clawed golden dragon at the peak of the divine saint stage had a monstrous body. Then, what about a 5-clawed golden dragon at the early exemplary saint stage? Just the thought of it made Duan Lingtian's scalp go numb. For a time, Duan Lingtian only felt an invisible pressure pressing down on him. It pressed down on him to the point he felt a little breathless and almost suffocated. In the face of this pressure, Duan Lingtian immediately entered the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He greedily absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy and began to refine the Golden Crow's wings. The Golden Crow's wings were constantly changing. It would not take long before it would successfully transform into the 2nd form. At that time, he would no longer have to suppress his cultivation base, and he would be able to break through to the early Eminent Saint stage in one go. While Duan Lingtian was working hard to refine the Golden Crow's wings, the faraway mystical sky mansion was not peaceful as well. Dideng. Zhao Jin, the guardian of mystical sky mansion, stared at the shattered soul pearl in front of him with wide eyes. A bloody luster spread from his eyes before it completely covered his eyes. It was as though they had transformed into a pair of blood-red eyes. Bang, 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 bang. As Zhao Jin's robe fluttered, the hairband on his head of grayish-white hair fluttered even though there was no wind. The tables and chairs in the huge side palace shook as well, emitting a series of crisp sounds. No matter who it is, I'll make you pay with your life for daring to kill my son. Zhao Jin's atoms apple-bobbed a few times as he spoke. Although his voice was not loud, it contained a ruthless killing intent. The shattered soul pearl belonged to Zhao Deng, the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, who had died in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Naturally, Zhao Jin did not know Zhao Deng had gone to the Azure Cloud Mansion, let alone the fact that he had died in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Faced with Rong Yuan, who was so powerful, Zhao Deng could not send any message before he died. In less than a month, his grandson and son had died. This was a huge blow to Zhao Jin. While Zhao Jin was in a frenzy, the entire Mystical Sky Mansion was in an uproar. As the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Deng did not only leave behind a soul pearl in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Apart from the soul pearl in his residence, there was another soul pearl in the inner mansion of the main mansion of Mystical Sky Mansion as well. Today, when a Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple went to check his soul pearl, he discovered Zhao Deng's soul pearl had shattered. The Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple's expression turned grave immediately. He immediately reported this matter. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. When this matter was reported, the news quickly spread like a hurricane in the entire Mystical Sky Mansion. Hey, did you hear? Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng is dead. It can't be, right? Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng is very powerful. Moreover, his father is Guardian Zhao Jin. Who's capable of killing him? Who would dare to kill him? Did you receive fake news? It must be true. It said that Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng's soul pearl has shattered. Who's so bold as to kill Vice Mansion Master Zhao Deng? When the entire Mystical Sky Mansion was in an uproar, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Meng Qing, was, naturally, alerted as well. He immediately gathered the group of high-ranking officials in the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. Among these high-ranking officials, there were elders from the Four Peaks with low positions, while those with high positions were Vice Mansion Masters and Guardians. When Guardian Gu Ci Yun arrived, almost everyone was present except for Zhao Jin. However, after waiting for a while, Zhao Jin finally arrived. My condolences, Guardian Zhao. When Meng Qing saw Zhao Jin, he sighed and took the initiative to console him. My condolences, Guardian Zhao. After Meng Qing, the group of Mystical Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Gu Ci Yun, began to console Zhao Jin as well. Naturally, some of them only consoled him verbally, but there was a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes. It was obvious they did not mean what they said. Thank you, Mansion Master. Thank you, everyone. Zhao Jin's voice was slightly hoarse. His body faintly emitted a cold aura that kept others at a distance. Guardian Zhao, the reason I've gathered everyone here is to discuss Vice Mansion Master Zhao's death. No matter who it is, the Mystical Sky Mansion won't let them off for killing our Vice Mansion Master. Meng Qing said. Naturally, the most important thing right now is to find Vice Mansion Master Zhao's murderer. Does anyone here have any clues about Vice Mansion Master Zhao? Meng Qing swept his gaze across everyone present. Lord Mansion Master. As soon as Meng Qing finished speaking, one of the Mystical Sky Mansion's elders spoke up. A few days ago, I was patrolling the Earth Palace's perimeter when I saw Vice Mansion Master Zhao rushing south. Oh right, before him, Gu Li, the son of Guardian Gu, also went south. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, the Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces were located in the north, south, west, and east respectively. If one left the main mansion and headed south, they would have to pass by the Earth Palace's perimeter. South? Meng Qing frowned. Upon hearing this mystical Sky Mansion's elder's words, horror dawned on Gu Xiaoyun's face as his heart jolted. Zhao Deng also went south as soon as my son left. It seems like he's planning to follow my son to find little Tian. As one of the mystical Sky Mansion's guardians, Gu Xiaoyun was an experienced person. It was not difficult for him to figure this out. The moment he thought of this, he broke out in cold sweat for his son. However, when he thought about how Zhao Deng was dead and his son's soul pearl was still in his hands, he sighed in relief. At the same time, he could vaguely guess what was going on. That Zhao Deng actually dared to target little Tian. I think he must have died in the hands of a powerhouse from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Although Gu Xiaoyun had guessed the cause of Zhao Deng's death, he did not say it out loud. Although he and Zhao Jin were both guardians of the mystical Sky Mansion, they did not have much of a relationship. Moreover, his son had been assassinated a few times in the past. He suspected Zhao Jin was the culprit, but he could not find any evidence. It was only when his son announced he was no longer interested in staying in the mystical Sky Mansion and wanted to roam the upper province that he no longer encountered any assassinations. At that time, he had already confirmed that the person behind the assassination attempts was Zhao Jin. Chapter 1847. South? Guli? Upon hearing the mystical Sky Mansion's elder's words, Mansion Master Meng Qing frowned and looked at Gu Xiaoyun. Guardian Gu, do you know why Gu Li went to the south? My son went to look for a friend before heading to the upper province, Gu Xiaoyun replied. Meng Qing did not say anything. He didn't say that Gu Li was looking for Ling Tian, only that he was looking for a friend. Is Gu Li all right? Meng Qing asked. Thank you for your concern, Mansion Master. Gu Li is fine. Gu Xiaoyun shook his head. If something had happened to his son, he would not be so calm. Guardian Gu, can you tell everyone who your son went to look for? Zhao Jin asked in a deep voice as he looked at Gu Xiaoyun coldly. Guardian Zhao, the friend my son went to look for has nothing to do with you, right? Moreover, my son left before your son, Zhao Deng. Don't tell me you think my son hired someone to kill Zhao Deng? Gu Xiaoyun sneered. You? Zhao Jin's expression turned grave. He was rendered speechless. What could he say? Could he say his son had gone to follow Gu Li and that was why something had happened to him? However, as the expression on Zhao Jin's face changed, he gritted his teeth as though he had made up his mind. Zhao Jin looked at Meng Qing and said, Sect leader, a few days ago, my son left the mystical Sky Mansion to follow Guardian Gu's son, Gu Li. Nobody expected Zhao Jin to say such words. The entire place burst into an uproar. Zhao Deng had followed Gu Li? What was he trying to do? Most of the people present on the scene looked at Zhao Jin with a strange expression. As expected, Meng Qing's expression turned grave when he heard Zhao Jin's words. Guardian Zhao, do you mean something happened to Zhao Deng because he was following Gu Li? Yes. Zhao Jin nodded affirmatively. At the same time, he glanced at Gu Xiaoyun. What a joke. Gu Xiaoyun sneered. Zhao Jin, putting aside the fact that my son is not as strong as your son, Zhao Deng, it's impossible for him to kill Zhao Deng. Even if my son kills Zhao Deng, it's his own fault. I really don't know where you got the courage to admit that your son, Zhao Deng, was stalking my son. Don't tell me that Zhao Deng followed my son just to see his back from afar. My son's sexual orientation is very normal. He doesn't have that kind of hobby. The first half of Gu Xiaoyun's sentence was normal, but the second half of his sentence caused everyone to look at him strangely. They didn't expect that this Protector Gu's mouth would be so poisonous. What did he mean by his son's sexual orientation was normal and he didn't have that kind of hobby? According to him, didn't he mean that Zhao Deng's orientation was abnormal and he had that kind of hobby? At the thought of this, they felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Gu Xiaoyun. Facing the strange gazes of the crowd, Zhao Jin was enraged. He roared, the dead should be respected. Don't you think it's too much to humiliate my son like this? Too much? Gu Xiaoyun sneered. Zhao Jin, are you kidding me? It seems like you're the one who's trying to smear my son's reputation. I've gone overboard, but aren't you going overboard? Enough. In the end, it was Meng Qing who spoke in a deep voice and calmed the situation down. Protector Zhao, why is Xiao Deng following Gu Li? Meng Qing's sharp gaze landed on Zhao Jin. Mansion Master, I'm sure you've heard about my grandson, Zhao Ji, being killed. Up until now, the clues that my son, Zhao Deng, and I have are all related to Ling Tian. We've tried to find him, but we haven't found any clues. For this reason, we can only target Gu Li. At this time, Zhao Jin didn't hide some things anymore. After all, he did not have the intention to kill Gu Li. Perhaps, he did have the intention to kill Ling Tian, but he did not show it. We only want to find Ling Tian through Gu Li and ask Ling Tian if he knows who killed my son. Is that wrong? When Zhao Jin reached the end of his sentence, a hint of desolation could be heard from him. At this moment, even Gu Xiaiyun did not say anything. He did not add insult to injury. Although he felt that Zhao Jin's son and grandson deserved to die, at this time and place, it was obviously not the right time to say these words. Protector Gu, did Gu Li go to look for Ling Tian? Meng Qing looked at Gu Xiaiyun. Gu Xiaiyun nodded. When he saw Meng Qing was about to ask something, he beat him to it and said, however, I don't know where he went to look for Ling Tian. I only heard from him that he went to look for Ling Tian so that they could head to the upper province together. Perhaps, they have already left the lower province and arrived at the upper province. Meng Qing nodded before he continued to say, with Gu Li and Ling Tian's strength, even if they joined forces, it's impossible for them to be a match for Vice Mansion Master Zhao. In that case, the person who killed Vice Mansion Master Zhao must be someone else. Protector Zhao, you'll be in charge of investigating Vice Mansion Master Zhao's death. Search in the south. If there's anything you need, the entire Mystical Sky Mansion and I will do our best to help you. Meng Qing promised as he looked at Zhao Jin. What Meng Qing meant was that he wanted Zhao Jin to investigate without any worries since the Mystical Sky Mansion would back him up. The reason Zhao Jin appeared here today was, naturally, because of Meng Qing's words. Otherwise, he would have gone to investigate on his own. He was very clear about this. Let alone him, even if the entire Zhao clan were to investigate the cause of his son's death, it would not be as efficient as the entire Mystical Sky Mansion. After obtaining the promise from Meng Qing, the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion, Zhao Jin immediately went to investigate in the south. Days passed by, and he soon arrived at the vicinity of the Azure Cloud Mansion's estate. Mystical Sky Mansion's protector Zhao Jin seeks an audience with Mansion Master Duan of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Zhao Jin appeared in the sky above the Crouching Dragon Lake alone. He cupped his hands together and bowed in the air. If one looked closely, one could see beads of sweat could be seen on Zhao Jin's forehead. It was apparent even Zhao Jin, the Mystical Sky Mansion's protector, was wary of a colossus like the Azure Cloud Mansion. In fact, Zhao Jin did not plan to come to the Azure Cloud Mansion at all. However, he did not manage to find any clues even after searching the surroundings of the Azure Cloud Mansion. When he recalled the Azure Cloud Mansion's black armored army was usually stationed at the Crouching Dragon Lake, he thought there might be some clues about his son, Zhao Deng. For this reason, he braced himself and entered the Crouching Dragon Lake to seek an audience with the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. He wanted the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion to ask the black armored guards stationed at the Crouching Dragon Lake if they had seen his son, Zhao Deng. Mystical Sky Mansion's protector Zhao Jin seeks an audience with Mansion Master Duan on behalf of the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. When Zhao Jin recalled the promise his Mansion Master had made, he straightened his back and added, boom, 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 boom. Soon after, 10 black armored guards appeared. The Decurion in the lead immediately looked at Zhao Jin and asked, "Your protector Zhao Jin from the Mystical Sky Mansion?" "That's right." Zhao Jin nodded. "You must be the Decurion, right? I'm here to seek an audience with Mansion Master Duan on behalf of the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Please help me pass on the message." The Decurion nodded. "Please wait here for a moment," Zhao Jin replied. He did not dare to put on airs in front of the Decurion just because the other party was only an eminent saint stage martial cultivator. As the saying went, when you're under someone else's roof, you have no choice but to lower your head. Now that he had a favor to ask of the Azure Cloud Mansion, it would not be worth it if he infuriated the Azure Cloud Mansion over some trivial matter. Protector Zhao Jin of Mystical Sky Mansion? He's here to seek an audience with Lord Mansion Master on behalf of the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion? Even the Decurion of the Black Armored Army was not qualified to meet the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Due to this reason, the first person to learn about this was Rong Yuan. Isn't Zhao Jin Zhao Deng's father? His heart skipped a beat. Unknowingly, the corners of Rong Yuan's mouth had already curled up into a cold smile. Bring him to the central main hall and wait there. Rong Yuan left after he spoke to the Decurion of the Black Armored Army who came to report to him. When the Decurion turned around and left, Rong Yuan's voice resonated again. This time, it was a voice transmission. Tell your subordinates to keep their mouths shut about Zhao Jin coming to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Yes. The Decurion came to a halt in the air and replied respectfully before he left. Although Rong Yuan did not hold a position in the Black Armored Army, everyone in the Black Armored Army, from the commander to the ordinary soldiers, was respectful to him. Protector Zhao, this way please. After returning, the Decurion looked at Zhao Jin and gestured for him to enter. Thank you. Zhao Jin nodded and followed the Decurion to the main mansion of Azure Cloud Mansion. Under the Decurion signal, he entered the central main hall. At this moment, the huge central main hall was empty. Zhao Jin stood there without moving as he waited quietly. It was not that he did not want to move, but this was the central main hall of the Azure Cloud Mansion. If he accidentally angered the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, his trip here would be in vain. 15 minutes went by. Half an hour went by. An hour went by. Zhao Jin still did not see the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. However, he did not dare to complain and continued to stand there obediently. Rumble. Approximately 2 hours went by before the door of the central main hall began to move. After a while it closed. Bang, 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 bang. At the same time, all the doors and windows in the central main hall closed one after another. At this moment, the entire central main hall was plunged into darkness. It was so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. Is this how the Azure Cloud Mansion treats their guests? Zhao Jin's gloomy voice resonated from the darkness. His voice was slightly trembling, and it seemed like he was lacking in energy. Stop flattering yourself. Do you think someone like you is worthy of being a guest of the Azure Cloud Mansion? A second voice suddenly resonated from the darkness. This voice was slightly feminine. It was hard to tell if it was a man's voice or a woman's voice. Who are you? Zhao Jin's voice was slightly flustered. Following that, a dazzling light could be vaguely heard appearing in the dark central main hall. Zhao Jin's figure could be seen gradually appearing as well. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.